Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the November 20th meeting of Council, the general meeting. I'd like to welcome those in the gallery, welcome to the councillors, the senior staff, and those online. We have, the next item is leave of absence and apologies. I don't believe we have any. So we'll move on to prayers. Ask Peter Coombs from the Mergen Gomera Uniting Church to come up and offer prayers for our council.
That's okay. This is further away, I can read better. Thank you everyone for having me. It is great that you have these prayers as part of your council meeting. Now, Christmas is coming, as we know. So this is going to be a little bit lighthearted and a little bit serious in a couple of spots. What excites you? Perhaps a good council meeting? Your birthday? Seeing people enjoy themselves, receiving gifts. Actually, most of these questions relate, still can't read it, ready to relate to Christmas. Christmas is in fact when we celebrate the birthday of Jesus. It is a time for people to enjoy themselves and receive gifts as well as give them. And yes, isn't a good council meeting essential in assisting community Christmas activities? It's a time when some people will get very excited, some a bit anxious, others will be between the two. There's a lot of anticipation as we lead up to Christmas, isn't there? There's end of school, holidays, Christmas events, exam results, changing jobs, moving house. They're just a few of the things that might be happening to you or people around you. And you as councillors may find it an exciting and stressful time too. On a more serious note though, think about Mary, Jesus' mother, as she rode the donkey, accompanied by Joseph, to Bethlehem to give birth to Jesus. It must have been both challenging and exciting for Mary. New life was created, thereby creating the real reason we celebrate Christmas. Didn't it change the world though? The Bible has many prophets telling of this birth and the effect it would have. There certainly was anticipation about Jesus' arrival, but no one on earth really knew when or where he was going to be born. Yet Mary had faith that all would be well, despite not finding anywhere to give birth but a stable. We know from glimpses in the Bible that Mary had a good life, even though her earthly son was crucified at a relatively young age. As councillors, you probably live in anticipation as well as some uncertainty, especially at this time of year, storm season, all of those other issues to consider. Mary and Joseph had a lot of issues to consider too. Hopefully, any anxiety doesn't get to the stage of becoming overwhelming. You, as councillors, have many resources for assistance, but I'd like to tell you there's someone special you can ask for help at these and in fact all times. Jesus died so that our sins may be forgiven. Many find that knowledge and a relationship with God through Jesus and the Holy Spirit calming, creating personal peace and a confidence that there is someone there that gives us support and encouragement. I'd encourage you to first seek God's will in your decision-making processes so that you can discern what is best for our community and yourselves. There is definitely a peace when prayers are answered, but be warned, they're not necessarily answered in our time, and the answer may not be one that we expected. It'd be a wonderful gift to yourself this Christmas and the new year if you found yourself in a peaceful state. You can learn to forgive as well as receive blessings such as peace, joy, and love. You can find out about this wonderful gift during church services and activities leading up to Christmas and beyond. May you have a happy and holy Christmas and a blessed happy, peaceful 2025. Let's pray. Lord, we are blessed to have these councillors and mayor working for the betterment of our communities across the South Burnett. May they seek your will and guidance as they consider the matters before them at this meeting and understand that with you there is acceptance, guidance and a peace. Amen.
Thank you,
Merry
Peter,
Christmas.
for those special words, particularly around this Christmas period. I think that you captured exactly how we're feeling. We're sort of we're wanting to make good decisions. We're also concerned, as you said, about the potential risk of the weather events and all sorts of things. So thank you for sharing those prayers with us and those thoughts. Moving on to recognition of traditional owners, I'll ask Councillor Linda Little to recognise our traditional owners.
Thank you, Mayor Kathy. I'd like to acknowledge the country on which we meet this morning, the Waka Waka land, and acknowledge our elders, both past, present and emerging.
Thank you, Councillor Little. The next item is declaration of interest, and I'll call for any councillors that have a declaration of interest. Councillor Deb Deneen.
I, Councillor Deb Deneen, inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item 16.7, EBA Update 1. This prescribed conflict of interest arises due to a close associate being an employee of the South Burnett Regional Council. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Deneen. Councillor Erkins. Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Councillor Sander.
I, Councillor Heath Sander, inform this meeting that I have a prescribed conflict of interest in relation to item 16.7, the EBA Update 1. This prescribed conflict of interest arises due to a family member being an employee of the South Burnett Regional Council. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is being discussed and voted upon.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. Moving on to item 7, item 6, there's no deputations or petitions, so item 7 is the confirmation of minutes of previous meeting on page 6. So the officer's recommendation is that the minutes of the council meeting held on the 16th of October 2024 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Someone to move that, Councillor Height. Someone to second that, Councillor Potter. Any questions? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Moving on to item 8.1 on page 32. Notice the motion for the Deputy Mayor position. So I, Councillor Kathy Duff, give notice that the motion is that pursuant to section 1653 and 1654 of the Local Government Act 2009, Council declare the position of Deputy Mayor vacant. And do I read that one out? The top one? So the motion is that pursuant to section 1655 of the Local Government Act 2009, Council appoint Councillor Jane Erkins as Deputy Mayor. Oh, so read the top one. Sorry. The pursuant to section 1653 and 1654 of the Local Government Act 2009, Council declare the position of Deputy Mayor vacant as of the 3rd of December 2024. So I'd like to move that. Someone to second that. Councillor Little. Any discussion? And put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. And the second motion is that pursuant to section 1655 of the Local Government Act 2009. Council appoint Councillor Jane Erkins as Deputy Mayor as of the 4th of December 2024, because that is the 8 months. So I'd like to move that. Someone to second that. Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? So I'd like to...
So I was just thinking, would it be worth you reading the rationale just so people online can follow?
So the rationale is that Council at its post-election meeting on the 4th of April 2024 received a report from the Chief Executive Officer noting that Council has proposed to rotate the role of Deputy Mayor approximately each 8 months of this term, and Councillor Potter was elected as Deputy Mayor on the 4th of April 2024. So I wanted to use this opportunity to thank Councillor Potter for doing a fantastic job supporting me. We had meetings, there's lots of things happened, and Councillor Potter was there backing me up, supporting me, helping me negotiate as an experienced councillor to make sure that this team could work together successfully. And I very, very much valued your contribution as Deputy Mayor, and felt that the experience that you offered me, and we had discussions about how to get this team working, was absolutely paramount in the way that we've moved forward as a group to be able to navigate the processes of council and work together as a team, because I know that last term it was problematic, and it has been probably throughout my whole career, 20 years, to get a team that actually works together is very, very challenging. And with the different personalities that have come to the table, we've been able to manage to get a team that I think the community is happy with, and that we're absolutely supporting each other. And council is not. It's quite pleasant to come to the council table and to work together, because in other times it's been very problematic. So I just wanted to compliment you, Councillor Potter, and as in your role as Deputy Mayor, you've been amazing. So thank you for what you've done. Any other speakers? Councillor Hyde?
Oh, sorry, no, I had it on.
Councillor Erkins?
Thank you. I'd also like to thank Danita for the great job that she's done, and I hope that in my section of it that I can live up to the example that's been set.
Thank you, Councillor. It's Councillor Deneen.
Could I just have a quick word and say thank you very much, Councillor Potter, for not only encouraging me to run for council, but supporting me the whole time I've been here. So I really appreciate it. Thanks.
Councillor Deneen, did you want to say something?
Thank you very much, everyone. It has been wonderful working with the Mayor in this role, and I look forward to seeing Councillor Erkins as the next Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And yes, I do look forward to working with Councillor Erkins over the next 8 months. I'm sure that we can continue the good work that Councillor Potter has started in her role. So if no further speakers, put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So the next item is item 8.3 on page 34, notice of motion, skating rink. So that one there is Councillor Jane Erkins. So did you want to lead this one?
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor. My motion is that the council write to the Blue Light Association in Brisbane to ask that they either put the Blue Light building in Nanango to use for the community, or they gift the building to the South Burnett Regional Council.
So Councillor Erkins has moved that. Do we have someone to second that? Councillor Potter, would you like to speak to that?
Yes. The building there in Nanango, the money for that building was raised by the local community, and it's such a fabulous building going to waste. We have lots of kids that would just love to be down there using it. The land is actually owned by council, and as I said, the money was raised through grants and fundraising by the local community, and I just feel that the Blue Light Association in Brisbane are not putting it to any use at all. And in fact, at the moment, it's quite overgrown and it's more a pain than actually an asset. And I believe it needs to be handed back to council on behalf of the community so that we can look at how we can put it to good use for our community.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Any other speakers? Are we ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So now we're moving on to item 8.4. I'll hand over to Councillor Sander.
The motion that I put forward is that all correspondence to customers, letters and emails from staff includes the name and the office phone number of the responsible officer should further contact be required.
So I'd like to put forward an amendment or at least change the wording that leave out the should further contact be required. So are you happy to change that? Because I don't believe it should be in there, because I don't want them to just, it should be a given that that name and phone number is at the bottom of every email.
If we're going to do that, can we just change it to the office number as well? Like, just say that it's not, because you don't want their mobiles on there, like.
Yep. Okay. So the correspondence, letters and emails to customers includes the name and office phone number of the responsible officer. You happy with that?
Yep.
Someone to second that? Councillor Erkins, did you want to discuss or put forward this?
So further to that, it's to eliminate, well, it's to assist the customers in knowing who to contact if further follow-up is required due to any correspondence that's been sent out. And it'll improve our customer service and remove the frustration of time delays in reaching that staff member if there's further information to be required.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. Any other discussion? So I'm really keen to see this happen. I think it will be make a big difference to our service, because when we had the small business, she was the small businesses commissioner, came to our council, and she said they did that in Townsville to get a better outcomes, particularly in the planning department, and it made a huge difference, because instead of it just being the bottom saying from SBRC, it personalises it and gives it the customer a feeling that they're being looked after by a particular staff member. And so I'm very keen. I think it will be a big step forward for our council to actually have ownership of those particular requests and someone that is the officer to deal with that particular one. So really keen to see this happen. Councillor Erkins?
I think it's a two-way street, but because quite often someone will say to me that they've spoken to council and they were told, ABC. If you can go back then, it allows you to be able to go back to the council officer and just find out exactly what was said, because sometimes there's a misunderstanding with what people think they heard. So if they're able to, if we're able to go back, or CEO's able to go back to the person they spoke to, and you can clarify things exactly. So I think it is actually a two-way street. And also, if you can go back to speak to who you spoke to in the first place, you're not running around in circles speaking to somebody else and having to go through the whole discussion again.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So any other speakers? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. We're now moving on to Councillor Divisional Council updates, item 9 on page 36, and I'm going to lead I'll be the first one. Normally I go last, but I decided to go first this time. So just for the for the benefit of the gallery, this we are video recording these because we actually then put them onto our Facebook, onto the divisional councillors, and we put them onto our own Facebook pages. We put them onto the council website so that we can. It's another way of getting the updates of what's happening in each division and what's happening across our region. So we've introduced this in the last 2 meetings or 3 meetings, I think, and that's Christy's job, is to video record the councillors and myself, and she's having a little bit of IT problems. So good morning, everyone. There has been a lot happening across our region, and I am pleased, as always, to lead this team of councillors who are always out and about in the community. I was proud of our council team when we had the 7:30 reporters in the chamber, and then the next day when councillors Jane, Deb, Linda and I attended and presented as witnesses to the nuclear inquiry. The feedback that I got was that we presented a balanced view. Our basic message was, let's look at nuclear, as we are not happy with the rollout of renewables. It was also interesting to attend the recent nuclear information night. I have provided feedback to the presenters that these forums need to be opened up to the whole community, because as councillors, we need to hear from everybody so that we can accurately gauge the community sentiment as the debate continues. With the recent state election results, we now have a new government in place. It is exciting to finally have our local member in government. I have written to Deb on behalf of our council to congratulate her on her new role as the Attorney General, but also to let her know that our council is looking forward to working with her, particularly on the Rarulan Skate Park and the Balliol Weir, which are 2 of the projects that she committed to during her campaign. I am pleased to say that we have recently completed a 5-week air scouring program of the Kingaroy water system. The program started at the western side of Kingaroy, where the trunk water mains enter the network, and then progressed throughout the scheme. The CBD area, school zones and childcare areas were completed on weekends to minimise impacts to the community. The program was very successful, with large deposits of iron and manganese removed from the system. The air scouring also removes biofilm deposits and other inorganic deposits. I actually got that. I didn't even know that. I just got that from the manager of water. Approximately 100 kilometres of water main was cleaned during the program, and officers said it was so successful they would like to recommend another program for next year's budget to complete other schemes within the South Burnett. And I think probably Nanango should be the next one, because that's probably the most complaints we get, apart from Kingaroy, is Nanango water. The recent rain has brought a lot of growth to contend with for our Parks and Gardens team and the slashing crew. And I would like to thank the slashing team on being proactive, and already I am seeing the slashers out and about, keeping our roadside safe and looking tidy and cared for. I want to end with a plug for the Mayor's Christmas Luncheon, which is on Friday, December the 6th. The funds will be going towards helping to put food on the table for the most needy in our community at Christmas time. Tickets are still available at any councillor customer service centre and also online. In closing, as I've said before, it is wonderful to be part of this new team and this new term. I'm incredibly grateful for the support of my fellow councillors, the CEO, the senior staff and our whole council workforce. I'm honoured and humbled to continue to serve this beautiful region as your Mayor. Thank you. So now we move on to Division 1.
Thank you, Mayor Cathy. So in Division 1, we have been extremely busy, and it was fabulous to see we had the first Christmas tree in the region. I've had many compliments for the Christmas tree, and it looks absolutely fabulous and brings that Christmas spirit into our town. Of course, this time of year sees school leavers leaving school, and a lot of them leaving our region. And let's hope that if we are successful with the university hub, that we will in time have more school leavers staying. It was great to be able to be part of the award ceremony along with our Mayor and Councillor Little at the high school. The Tourist and Development Association are now concentrating more on tourism, and they will be sponsoring the Back to Nanango event next year, which is always extremely popular, with past residents coming back and present residents going to meet up with them. We attended the local government conference where we were very happy to participate in many motions. One that we took forward and that I was particularly keen on was trying to get the building code relaxed. It's very frustrating to see that we have to conform with a lot of things that are in the city and will never ever affect us here. It was great to see the standpipe, work done around the standpipe in Nanango, and I'm hoping to have some funds set aside for it to improve it further with concrete. I attended the Under 8s Day with council staff, library staff, and Donna from the disaster management, and that was great to see all the kids come along and pick up their little goodie bags from council. In Nanango, we have a lot of sporting organisations, and one of the ones that was held something quite important this year was the Baramba Bow Hunters, and I would encourage my fellow councillors to pop in to the Baramba Bow Hunters one day and just see what a great clubhouse and that they've got down there. They actually held the Australian championships there just recently. I attended on behalf of my community the Nanango RSL Remembrance Day, and it was really good to see the numbers. The Anzac Day numbers are always great, but to see these other ceremonies now attracting community members paying tribute to our forefathers. The Nanango RSL have also sponsored Burnett Pipes and Drums, and anyone who was at the RSL or has seen my Facebook post of the pipe band marching into the RSL, it was really, I think a pipe band is always stirs up lots of emotions, and that was absolutely fabulous. As Mayor Cathy said, we did attend the nuclear inquiry and the information centre, and I agree completely with our Mayor that we do need more information on that, and it needs to be open to everybody, whether you are for it or against it. I just did feel the one that we had was a little bit of preaching to the converted, and I think we need to have a balanced view on that. The happy still with the weir and looking forward to working on that closing for the period of the Mary River cod breeding, hoping to see that them breeding down there. But one of probably the best things that I've got to report is Ringsfield. So on the first Saturday of the month, we held Ringsfield House open. We had the art gallery open, we had tours of the house, and we had Devonshire teas. And it was really an amazing day. So many people came. We also had a band, who donated their time and played out the back. It was a great day and had so much good feedback. So we'll be open again on the first Saturday of next month, and we'll be open from 9 till 11. But last weekend we had the handmade market, which was auspiced by NAPTA, and it was just, I think they cooked on the Saturday 500 scones, and when I left at Sunday, which was just on lunchtime, they had done 270 for Sunday. So they did a lot of scones. It was also interesting to see that there were actually a lot of old-time locals attended, and while it was very busy, a lot of those people, you could see people catching up in the gardens and inside and sitting at chairs in different places. So that was really great to see. And the handmade market will be held again at the Back to Nanango Day, and they'll be doing that outside. So we'll be having the house open for inspection, Back to Nanango at the back, handmade market at the front, and the art gallery going as well. So that's one thing I have to mention also when Kathy said about the slashing, but I have to say our gardens are looking absolutely top notch. The gardens at Ringsfield look just beautiful, and it's really good to drive. Kathy said about the slashing that she'd seen. I drove through Nanango and there were slashers out doing, mowers out doing work. It's really great to see that, and I think a lot of our ratepayers, you know, they really appreciate things looking so good. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. That was a very good update, and I love what's happening at Ringsfield House. It is amazing. I'll now call on Division 2, Councillor.
Good morning, Mayor Kathy, fellow councillors, everyone in the chamber and watching online. It has been another busy month around Division 2 with plenty of meetings and activities to attend. Starting with the Bunya Mountains, Mayor Kathy and I attended the Bunya Mountains Community Association meeting where we were able to chat with the community about the plans for the recently acquired land and soon to be built community centre. This is a small but very committed group of residents who will see this project through to completion. They are busy fundraising and writing grant proposals, and this coming weekend they are hosting the Bunya Mountains Art of the Forest exhibition. And I was lucky enough to be able to still register to attend the weaving workshop on Saturday, and Mayor Kathy and myself will be at the official opening on Sunday. On our way home from this meeting, Kathy and I called into Maidenwell Treasures, where while we were waiting for our lovely cup of coffee to be made, we got to chat with some of the locals there. And they were really quite busy for a late Saturday afternoon. And then across the road at the hotel, it was pumping with live music and lots of people there enjoying themselves as well. So it's really great to see that our smaller villages are getting out there and thriving and putting on entertainment that helps the community relax. So we still have the ongoing bat situation in Blackbutt. This has resulted in a few meetings with residents and other interested parties, and it was really lovely that Councillor Erkins and Mayor Kathy came down to talk to the residents as well. So we've been working within the council to formulate what we will hope will be a good plan for the future, and there will be more on that as more information comes to hand. The Blackbutt District Tourism and Heritage Association recently hosted a craft fair in Blackbutt. This was well attended and there were some very good art and crafts on display and available for sale. Kathy and I had a lovely morning wandering around the displays and chatting to the locals. This Saturday night, they are launching a documentary called Sawdust in Our Veins. This is the timber history of Banarkin, Blackbutt and Teromeo. There will be food, drinks and entertainment and an auction on the night. It's only a very, very reasonable $10 to attend, and all the funds from this event will go towards the new Timber Museum. Councillor Erkins, Staff Engineer Simon and myself attended a meeting with ProPine in Blackbutt. It was a very productive and cordial meeting to discuss our shared interest in the road network that is used for transporting timber within our region. We appreciate the time and interest shown by Tracy, who is the District Manager, Burnett and Downs, and by the senior management team of Propine. We're hopeful of working together for the best outcomes in the South Burnett region. I am looking forward to all the wonderful Christmas events that the South Burnett community groups are busy preparing. In particular, the Lions Club of Blackbutt Banarkin are hosting a free, family-friendly festival on Friday the 6th of December at the Blackbutt Showgrounds. There will be food stalls, market stalls, fun and games for the whole family, competitions, best decorated bikes and scooters for the kids, best decorated tractor and ride-on mowers, and carols by candlelight by the Cent family. And will be culminating with a spectacular fireworks display. It all starts at 5 p.m. and the fireworks will be at 8. The Nanango Business Alliance is also hosting a family-friendly and entertaining Christmas festival at the Nanango Kart Track this year on the 19th of December. I hope to see many residents of Division 2 in attendance at both of these wonderful events. Recently, the Brisbane Valley Heritage Trail hosted a history expo, and the feedback and attendance was very positive, with plans now underway to host another one in 2025. This first expo was held in the Somerset region at Esk, but I am hopeful that the History Expo can make its way to the South Burnett in the near future. I'm looking forward to attending awards nights, the Yarraman P9 State School, Blackbutt State School and Banarkin State School. It is an honour to be invited to attend these special events. I would like to finish by thanking the wonderful Parks and Gardens crews who work tirelessly to keep our region looking so good. And with this current weather, they will have their hands very full in the near future. And I also don't want to forget the roads crews who are busy around Division 2, filling potholes and making our roads safer for our residents. As always, if you have any concerns or want to chat about any issues that arise in Division 2, please call, email, or have a catch-up when you see me out and about. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Little, for that wonderful overview of the Blackbutt Maidenwell community. That was fantastic. Councillor Dunedin, Division 3. Just for those on who are not in the gallery, Councillor Dunedin has just had a hip operation and she's still on crutches, but she's still coming to council, even though she's on crutches, and doing an amazing job.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, a new hip was always needed and now I've got one, so I'm a very happy person. I don't waddle like a duck anymore. So, divisional updates. With this recent rain, I just want people to keep in mind that we have a disaster dashboard. There are still disasters that can happen, especially throughout the Christmas period. So please make sure you got your emergency packs ready. And if you need any extra information, go onto the Council's disaster dashboard website, which is a link on the homepage. So thank you. Now, so with what's been happening in Division 3, we've had the South Burnett Suicide Prevention Working Group is working with the Kingaroy Medicare Mental Health Centre, which is formerly known as Head to Health, with the Just a Farmer movie presentation in the Kingaroy Town Hall, and that's going to be on Wednesday, the 11th of December. The tickets are booking out. There's a maximum of 200 for this, and we are already over the 100 mark. So if you want to go, please make sure you book in for that one. There is a link, Council shared it on their page, so you can go to the Council webpage or go to my page and find the link there. The next one is also, through the Council, the Regional Roads and Transport Group, we've managed to get some funding to run a traffic management implementation program within the South Burnett. So that happened on Monday and Tuesday, so we had quite a few staff that were actually trained in that side of things with road management. So, and it's really good that we're able to get that funding for that, for our staff to be trained. And I do believe there are a few staff from other council areas that came through for that one. The Arts, Culture and Heritage Advisory Committee, we've got a meeting coming up very shortly, discuss quite a few items in the arts with regards to acquisitions, disposal, along with public art. But also, I'd like to say that the Arts, Culture and Heritage Advisory Committee, through the RADA funding, gave $3,000 for the Bunny Mountains function that's coming up this weekend. So I'm hoping to get there on the Sunday for the opening, but we will just have to see how I am that morning. The Kingaroy Local Ambulance Committee has been hard at work fundraising and for the Kingaroy Ambulance Station, and the latest purchase with the help of Stanwell through their Strong Partnership Scheme was the birthing mannequin. Now, if you haven't seen the birthing mannequin, just leave it where it is. Let the experts deal with that. Some things you just can't unsee. So, and also we've got the Australia Day Committee. So that's, we're looking forward to a fantastic Australia Day here in Kingaroy. We've got different groups involved. We've got Topinga Lions, Kingaroy Men's Shed, Kingaroy Scout Group, and Kingaroy Rotary has now come on board, I do believe. So Tim is doing a great job of keeping us all in line. Can be a little bit difficult, but he's trying to do his best. And I'd like to also thank the Topinga Lions for raising over $500 for the Scout Group to help them all get to Jamboree. The Youth Council nominations are still needed. We have extended the applications times. So if you need to know anything more about Youth Council, it's between 14 and 24. So please put your applications in for Youth Council, because we really do need the membership. And it's a chance for the youth to have their say in what they believe should be happening around the towns. So please, everyone from all over the South Burnett, you can Teams into this, or you can go into our offices. We'll work out a way if you can't get into the meetings in person. We just want you to be on the Youth Council. The South Burnett Suicide Prevention Working Group are also starting to organise, we've got a meeting this afternoon to organise our Christmas, and with our Christmas function we'll be inviting every single organisation that's helped us along the way through this past 12 months, and there has been quite a few, so, and we're very grateful for that. And because we are a member of Wesley Life Force, we've been having a few online Queensland-wide meetings with other suicide prevention networks, which has been fantastic because we're able to listen to what they're doing in their areas and how we can maybe change them or use that same thing in our areas. So it's just been a fantastic connection base to have for the Suicide Prevention Working Group. So we also attend the local government Domestic and Family Violence Action Group, which is chaired by Ms. Vanessa Fowler, OAM, and also co-chaired by Mr. Robert Atkinson, AO and APM. So, and that's quite an interesting one because it puts all councils in touch with each other and what we are all working on to tackle the domestic and family violence in our areas, which is quite interesting. And there's some really good programs out there now for that. And don't forget the Kingaroy Christmas Carnival, which our council has provided in kind to help with road closures and bins, etc. So that's in the forecourt on Thursday, the 12th of December. So that's going to be a busy week for us all here in Kingaroy. And the South Burnett the South Burnett Sexual Assault Action Group, their walk turned into something a little bit different. They ended up in the supper room because of all the rain that night and the storms that came through, but still it was a really good time for the Sexual Assault Action Group and to get their message out there and to support the victims. South Burnett Young Professionals Meet and Greet was held. Didn't have as many as we hoped, but the next meet and greet will be held at the Carolee Hotel. So this is a place where you can meet other people who live and work in the area. Some are new to the area, some may have lived here all their life or quite a while, and it's a great way to meet new friends and learn more about our area. So I suggest if you follow the South Burnett Young Professionals Facebook page, and you'll get some information there. Pinking Up South Burnett. So we have raised over $10,000 this month in October for the McGrath Foundation, and like to thank all of the businesses and organisations, Barry, thank you, to achieve this. There is still money coming in, so please don't stop. If you're still having functions, please keep that money coming in and putting it into our bank account. If you need to know any information about our bank account, it's available on the Pinking Up South Burnett Facebook page, or you can give the Mayor or myself or Sue Cox a call. I'd like to thank the RSLs all around the South Burnett for Remembrance Day. I wasn't able to attend the Kingaroy one, but we've got members from the RSL here today, but I'd like to thank them, the Kingaroy Memorandum, the RSL Club, for running the Kingaroy Remembrance Day, so thank you guys. The Darling Downs Community Consultative Committee and the South Burnett Community Consultative Committee, we've had meetings for both of those. One is the district for the hospitals district all around, and one is just for the South Burnett. So they, Ros Height joins me in the South Burnett one now, which is wonderful, Councillor Height does. So what we need with that one is we take any feedback that the community gives us and we take it back to the hospital. So if you've got any feedback with regards to your stay, whether it be good or bad, we need to hear that information, because, you know, if there is a problem, people may not know about it, and you can't fix it if you don't know about it. So, you know, let us know and we can take that to the meeting. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to congratulate all students who have recently graduated, and I look forward to seeing where the future takes you, and hopefully that takes you back to the South Burnett. The Wide Bay Resource Recovery Steering Group had their meeting in Maryborough, and thank goodness for Teams, I was able to go from the roads transport meeting to the steering group meeting, and I thank Councillor Height and Councillor Little for joining me on that one and filling in for me, so it's really appreciative. The Kingaroy Girl Guides had their badge ceremony, and I'd like to congratulate Maggie Livett on being awarded her BP award, which is the highest award in the guiding movement. So Maggie was also a member of Youth Council. She is an amazing young lady, and I just can't wait to see what she does in the future, because I think she has an extremely bright future. So congratulations to Maggie. The Kingaroy Men's Shed Dinner Under the Stars, we've had meetings for that one. Dinner Under the Stars in Kingaroy is on Saturday the 8th of March. So again, go online to Kingaroy Men's Shed and get your tickets, or follow that, so when tickets are open you can start your purchasing of those tickets. I'd also like to bring in mind that we've got the Christmas lights. So Council's got the Christmas lights again through CEO Mark and his wife, I believe, again this year. So we've got Santa Claus Lane. So if you've got your Christmas lights up, please send your applications into Council. So Councillor Deb and I will be doing the Division 3 and 4 ones around Kingaroy, and we look forward to driving around looking at all the Christmas lights. So get your names in and get your street in, and let's get you recognised. So that's about it for me. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I appreciate the chance to update. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. That was a huge update. You obviously, you're on so many committees, I don't know how you keep track of it all. So well done. So handing over now to Councillor Deneen, Division 4.
Oops. Okay, Krista. Hi everybody, thank you for tuning in or coming along. We have had, as always, a lot going on. In Division 4 there are quite a few problems with roads, and I really thank the infrastructure team and the personalised service that they give us, addressing the concerns of residents, safety concerns, paramount, as well as the quality of the roads. So we do try to get that, and it's very interesting to find out from James and Co exactly what the rules are and what we can and can't do regarding road speeds, road quality, signage. There's so much in that I didn't understand, and it's wonderful to now have some insight into it. We've had a wonderful month here. The CWA morning tea in Kingaroy to raise money for breast cancer research was great, with many of our councillors and of course Mayor Cathy along. The Calamity Jane in Kingaroy, put on by the South Burnett Music Society, was just stellar. Such amazing quality performers we have here. absolutely international quality singers, and it was fantastic. We also have had the Blue Roof Theatre Company with their Small Day Out at the Rodeo, and currently Nananga Theatre Company has Run for Your Wife, which I think is quite funny from what I've heard, so I'm hoping to get there this weekend. I did attend the inaugural Kingaroy Netball Association Awards Night, which was after having been a little bit involved with many Wandai Football Club awards, and it takes you a while to get the hang of those things. The Kingaroy Netball Association were just amazing. They had a wonderful night, lots of presentations, lots of fun, and lots of acknowledgement of the hard work that the support people, the coaches, the parents, and the players have done during the year. So that was just, no doubt, the first of many to come. I attended the Stronger Families Alliance, which was attended by agencies, non-government and government, and held at CTC, which brings you back down to earth because you start talking about homelessness and young people and the situation that some of them find themselves in, which is often not good. And there are a lot of great agencies in our area that make a huge difference to young people and the homeless people in the area. So we thank those every day. The Remembrance Day in Kingaroy was just a beautiful morning. Thank you so much to the RSL Club and to Major Mick Richards, ARA, who is a local now and still working in Oakey at the Army base and has been in the Army 35 years, so he has an amazing depth of experience, and he spoke about a local soldier in World War I from Tingora, so that was fascinating, and we really thank Major Mick and the RSL Club. Yes, the House Select Committee was challenging, interesting, and it was a great opportunity for our council to stand together and give our views to different sides of politics. I think we gave them quite strongly. Thank you, Mayor Duff, for that, for leading that, because, yeah, it was quite interesting. There were a lot of well-read speakers there as well. I also attended Visit South Burnett meet and greet at the Kingaroy Holiday Park, and just a snapshot of some of the businesses in our region that are doing so well and putting so much effort and money into our region, attracting more and more people. Melbourne Cup at Cumbia. Now that was a day. It was fantastic. I don't know, I think they sold 1,000 tickets online, but there was so many people there. It was absolutely brilliant. What a great organisation the Cumbia Race Club are, because there was a fair bit of extra shade there, and there were many people there that I know went to the races, and I didn't even see them because there were so many people there. It was terrific, great racing. And probably the really important thing that we attended in the last week was at Cherbourg, Our History, Our Stories, Our Voices. It was a beautiful morning, very well organised by our Cherbourg Council, who have some great people in it. And when you listen to those people speaking, it was just an opportunity for our communities to come together, as we always have done, and we will continue to do. So thank you to them, and thank you to everybody.
Thanks, Councillor Deneen. Yes, it was very interesting to hear the stories of the elders at Cherbourg, and hopefully that's the start of more of those gatherings, because it was, I was pleased to be there along with some of the other councillors. It was something that is very important for them. Councillor Division 5, Councillor Sander.
Good morning, everybody. Over the last month, we've all been so busy. Leading into the Christmas period, I believe it's only going to get worse from here on in. It was good to see all the issues raised by the South Burnett Regional Council at the local government conference got voted up at the conference, and these will be taken up to a state or federal level now by all 77 councils. So how it works is if we take an issue to the government, the it's only coming from the South Bennett Regional Council, but for everyone listening, when we attend the conference, we have the option to put forward several motions, which are then taken up and voted upon by the local government association. Then they can take that fight with the 77 councils straight to the governments, and we can get a better outcome for the community. So it was good to see that all 6 that we took in got voted up, and now we can move forward with that. I've attended a lot of AGMs over the last month at Proston, Huysville, Mergen, and for a lot of sporting clubs and associations. So what these guys do over the next year is going to be, volunteers are dwindling, and some positions haven't been filled on some of these committees. So I urge anyone that has any time whatsoever to just reach out to your local community organisations and assist where you can. Even if you can give them an hour on a weekend or something, it's going to take the load off of those guys. It has been great to attend a lot of the school events for the end of year awards and to see the talent that's coming out of those schools. I know I spoke last meeting about the Mergen State High School, but at Proston on last Thursday night, there was one of the grade 10s that were leaving. One of the students picked up a guitar, and I believe he was self-taught, and the song was Tears from Heaven he played, and it was unreal, his version of that, and being self-taught, he deserves to be on the stage somewhere. So it would be interesting to see where he ends up, that young student. It's great to see some repairs from the infrastructure team on Wilson's Road on the shoulders. There's been a lot of complaints from the roads in Division 5. We're looking at trying to progress some of these and benefit and betterment some of the issues. I know Kangaroo Yard Road's an issue. I get told several times a day. And the Cloyna dump is, I believe that we're working on a solution for that as well, which I probably receive about 10 phone calls a day in regards to that. So I just want to point out that we are trying to work through things, and there's legislation and stuff that we have to follow. So I believe we are working through that and should be come to a solution soon. The BP Open Day, I attended along with the Mayor, and it was good to see the CEO of Sunwater there and point out some issues and some stuff to try and rectify some problems out there in the day use area at BP Dam. There was a lot of attendance there. We had several, there was probably around 20 stalls from the Water Police, Marine Safety and the Fisheries, the Fireys and anything, disaster crew from the council were there as well, which the kids love getting the bags, and then the Fireys fired up the hose and wet them all down, so they love that as well. Recently we had which I believe was a tornado hit some areas in Moffedale. I've been told that it wasn't a tornado, but I'm not clued up on all that. There was a lot of damage to many residents' property, with one house completely destroyed and several large farm sheds and machinery inside with a lot of damage. So I've been working, we had the council, all the councillors attend the next morning and the Mayor, and we met a few of the people in the area, which was good. There's not much we could do straight away that next morning, but it was just good to see the moral support that people knew that the council were aware of it, and that we could try and help them where we could. And I've been working with the residents, of the impacted residents, and I'll continue to work with those guys to achieve what outcomes they need to, whether it be with insurance companies or places to stay and stuff like that while repairs are being done. So a short report, but a lot of the other councillors touched on stuff that we were all involved in, so I'll adopt that as my report.
Thank you, Councillor Sandler, and I know that the Moffat people really appreciated you doing the work with the green waste. That was very well received to support them when they were struggling, particularly some of those elderly residents. So thank you for what you did with the green waste. Councillor Height, Division 6. Last but not least.
Lucky last. Hello and welcome to Division 6 update. A couple of things happening in Division 6 as always. Probably the most important is a new aged care model coming called Wondai Cares, which is based on a model in Bell Cares, I think Yarram and Kilkeevan. It's a slightly different model, and I'm really excited that it will deliver great outcomes locally in Wondai. So that's something to watch. They had a meeting 2 weeks ago, and we had a lot of people came interested in that. So that's exciting. I also went to Calamity Jane. Congratulations to the South Burnett Musical Comedy. Crow FM, of course, is based in Wondai. We had a meet and greet to introduce our new general manager, Rowena. She's settling in really well, and we're really happy with how things are going there. Melbourne Cup, we had the Wondai RSL had a successful lunch, and then I went out to the Cumbia, Flemington in the bush. So Melbourne Cup was quite a busy day, and I didn't go home hungry, having been to 2 events, so that was good. With Councillor Deneen, I attended the Rail Trail and Tourism Conference in Esk, which is growing support for the value of rail trails. Going back a few years, I think there was a lot of people that thought rail trails were a waste of time, but I think they're now realising this is the way to bring people to our region. And particularly if we can get that rail trail from Ipswich all the way through Gympie, it will actually be a game changer for our region, because we will get a lot of international visitors coming here and riding that, mainly on bikes and especially e-bikes, through there. It'd be absolutely fantastic. So it was great to go to that conference and see how much support there is for rail trails these days. 11th of the 11th, across the region, we did pause to remember at 11 a.m. for Remembrance Day, and I attended a fairly small but nice little service in Wondai. I met with a number of Geelong locals last Sunday. It's great to see quite a lot of green grass out there. As one of the townships on our western border, it's important to have this area as a welcome to our region. I attended the Proston School end-of-year presentation with Councillor Sander and the Mayor. It's such a fantastic little school. It's lovely to see the kids doing so well and that young boy playing. It was awesome. I met with Bicycle Queensland, who are planning bringing 250 visitors to our area for 3 days, staying in Wondai next April. And this is run by the South Burnett Rail Trail, of which I'm the treasurer. So that's going ahead, and I think that will show a lot of interest, a lot of people, how good our area is and interest. The Wondai Art Gallery had another new exhibition for November, and of course December the 6th is our last opening night, and so it's going well. The wind farms, I went with a couple of councillors out to see where the next wind farm is going out at Chipinga, which will be huge. So a little bit of a concern, the amount of trucks that will be going on our roads, but hopefully we can manage that. Wondai Forest View is a lovely little facility, and it's very sad. And I went to see the leaving of Kelly, who's Kelly Walker. I'm trying to think what her surname is, I just call her Kelly. Like to thank her. She's been Director of Nursing there for some years, and she's leaving. She's been absolutely amazing. But Forest View is a lovely little facility, so that's good. I'd also like to congratulate our local member, Deb Freckington, on being re-elected and now in government and being appointed Attorney General, and very pleased that we're moving on the Wondai Art Gallery extension that she promised, and the Waroolan Skate Park. So it's great, looking forward to seeing these things coming to fruition. And of course, in the next few weeks, we've got a lot of carol service in Wondai, Cumbia Christmas Carnival, Wondai Christmas Carnival. And I'd like to thank Council who are supporting all of those events, which makes it much easier for those local community groups to run events when there's a little bit of support, monetary support from Council. So I'm looking forward to them. And I think that completes my summary of Division 6. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hoyt. That's a good roundup of what's happening in Division 6. So thank you to all the councillors for your updates, and we'll move right along to the business outstanding. So that's on page 36, item 10.1. So the officer's recommendation is that the business outstanding table for the ordinary council meeting be received for information. Someone to move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Erkins. Speakers, Councillor Little.
Thank you, Mayor Cathy. I would just like to ask if the Wombo Wind Farm infrastructure agreement.
So
I do have a prescribed conflict of interest, so I will leave the room before you ask that question. Thank you. I've got to read the whole thing? Okay, read the whole thing. I'd like to inform this meeting I have a prescribed conflict of interest in relation to this item. This prescribed conflict of interest arises through a family member, a close associate, being an employee of Cubico Sustainable Investments, which is co-owner of Wombo Wind Farm. I propose to leave and stay away from this place where the meeting is being held whilst this matter is being discussed and voted on.
thank you, Councillor Height. We'll just wait till Councillor Height leaves the room.
Can I just ask what page that's?
So
Page
it's
40.
page 40. So Councillor Little.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to ask the CEO. There's no update on this report at all, and so I'm just wondering if you've had any feedback at all on the infrastructure agreements to do with roads.
Okay, I haven't because I've been away for a period of weeks, but GM Mian, have you got 20 cents to add?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. So currently we're working with some of the proponents that are have an interest in that agreement and collating material quantities. So we're very interested to see what the transport routes may be proposed, and then we'll be able to make some decisions and recommendations whether we proceed to an infrastructure agreement, and if so, under what conditions that we do that.
Thank you, GM Mean.
Councillor Little, do you have any other questions? You're happy?
No, I just wanted to know what progress we have made.
Thank you. Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I just like to make sure that our ratepayers are aware of the impact the Wombo wind farm is having on our roads, and we don't actually have any benefit at all because it's not in our region, and yet the vehicles are really using our roads, which cause quite a big impact, but we do not have any financial benefit at this stage coming from them to maintain any of those roads. So just so ratepayers are aware.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. And we did have that as a motion that we took to conference, and hopefully into the future that won't happen. So if a region has a wind farm that is in their area but it affects the neighbouring region, that will be an opportunity then for also to be a referral agent and also to negotiate for infrastructure agreements, as can happen with the councillors in the region. So that was one of the particular resolutions that we took to conference, and that was supported. I think it was unanimous. It was one of the ones that went through with 0 against it. So it was 100%, as Councillor Sanders said. That's a game changer if you can get those motions through, because it's the support of 77 councils across Queens. Well, that particular one was 77 councils supporting that particular motion. So, Councillor Erkins?
Just further to that, Madam Mayor, that was the meeting that Councillor Little and myself had in Blackbart with the forestry, because also there we're working with them and hoping that they will make some contribution towards the roads, because I know that those trucks harvesting have a fair impact on roads in both Division 1 and Division 2, which impact greatly on our ratepayers.
Yes, and I 100% agree with you, and it'd be great if we can get some support from those contractors to that would be also a game changer, because I don't think that's ever happened before. So thank you for championing that. I can't even say championing, but yes, thank you. Any other questions? Everyone happy? Put that business outstanding motion to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. I probably should have asked Councillor Hoyt to come back in now before I... No, not to. So now she can come back in? Okay. Thank you. We're moving on to item 11.1 on page 71, reimbursement of 2024-25 internment of ashes. So the officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council reimburse 1, South Burnett Funerals and Crematorium Proprietary Limited Trading as Virgo Funerals for the amount of $2,800. Number 2, Davenpen Proprietary Limited Trading as Generation Funerals for the amount of $1,750, and number 3, Jason Killick Funerals Proprietary Limited for the amount of $700. Did someone move that? Councillor Potter. Someone to second that? Councillor Dineen. Any discussion? Councillor Hoyt.
Yes, I'm just a little concerned about this. I understand that council did adopt a fee as of the 1st of July, and we're now in November, and the reason this hasn't been picked up is because the funeral directors are not following the correct process. So it says in the report there that they have actually placed ashes prior to making an application to council. So I'm not terribly sympathetic to how this has happened, because if the correct process had been followed, it would have been picked up in the middle of July rather than waiting till November. So just a bit reluctant to give them a reimbursement when we did make that policy, and had they been following the correct process, it would have come to light much earlier and we wouldn't be in this situation.
Do we have any Councillor Erkins?
Yep. I'm just wondering, is it just the one funeral director that was not aware of the charge?
I might ask Jennifer Poynton, the officer, to respond.
Good morning, councillors. At this stage, we have only received one request from Virgo Funerals for a refund. The other funeral directors have not formally requested or asked for reimbursement.
Yeah, I don't think I could support the motion, because I do think that I think if we were dealing the other way, I don't think that they would be looking to give the money back to us. And it is, after all, our community's money. And, I think I agree with Councillor Hoyt, if they'd been following the correct procedure, they would have known straight away.
Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you. I actually agree with this, because this is something we discussed. We changed the fees, but I don't believe we had any proper, like a good consultation with the funeral homes before we actually did this. And if we had done that, then maybe we wouldn't be sitting here debating this motion.
I was of the opinion, of the belief that that's exactly right, that we didn't actually put correspondence to them to let them know that we'd introduced this fee. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Mayor, that is correct, that we didn't articulate clearly enough that we were changing the way that we applied this fee, and that probably we should have been more clearer in our communication. We merely provided the new fees and charges in a standard email, and we could have been clearer to say that we were applying the interment fee differently.
Councillor Sando.
Would have it been, correct me if I'm wrong, Manager, there was a staff changeover at that point as well? Would have that impacted the way it was laid out?
I I'm not 100% sure of any staff changes. We changed the wording and the intention of how we were applying the fee. So in the previous financial year, we charged the fee only when council assisted with interning ashes, which was usually in graves. We are now applying this fee regardless whether council assists or not. So when the funeral directors are interning fees in the interning ashes in the columbarium wall, we are now applying that fee. And that particular change, I don't believe we communicated clearly enough to the funeral directors at the time. But the other councillors are correct that if the funeral directors had submitted their paperwork prior to interning those fees, we probably would have had this conversation with them sooner.
What I was getting at is, like, you weren't here in your role in June when these were adopted.
That is correct.
Thanks, Councillor Sander. Councillor, who was first? Councillor Little.
Thank you. The other two funeral directors got exactly the same information as Virgo Funerals. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so they didn't have any problem with understanding the new fees and charges and how to present the invoices correctly?
To the best of my knowledge, that is correct. I haven't had any conversations with them. When we put the report forward, we've just analysed how much each funeral home was likely to have been affected by this charge, given that if we were to reimburse one funeral home, it would be likely that we would then receive other requests. So rather than bringing separate reports back, I've just given the full picture of what could be requested, I guess, yes.
Okay. So what's the impact on the operational budget by reimbursing these fees?
The operational revenue would just be credited for the amounts owing, for those amounts that are listed in the resolution.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Councillor Erkins.
Yep. They were notified, but by email, you said, of the fees.
That is correct.
Yeah, I think if they were notified, if they had an issue, they could have contacted council when that was sent out, and we're looking at over $5,000, which, you know, I see ratepayers who missed their cut-off for their discount on their rates, and, you know, if you miss your discount on your rates, well, that's bad luck, you still have to pay it. And I think it's a little bit the same here. They were notified. It's not like they weren't notified. So while I feel for them, any business, it's probably a loss, but we are looking after ratepayers' money. And as I said, it's, you know, over $5,000, I think.
Councillor Deneen, were you? Yep.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Do you believe that this charge would be put onto the families of the person being interred? And I believe the two others that you mentioned may have already passed this charge on because they haven't argued against it and they haven't brought it to our attention. So they obviously read the email and understood it and looked at the new charges. So they probably have already passed those charges on, which there is only one who hasn't done that. And yeah, it was an error on their part. I don't believe it was an error on our part. They were notified. So thank you.
Councillor Sander.
I can only, I would only support this if I knew that if the other two had passed on the fees already to the customer, how are we going to be sure that they don't have to pass those fees back to the customer unless we put it on there somehow, you know what I mean? Like, if we change that wording to say, like, if we were to give them that refund, then we need to be certain that it gets given back to the customer, not just back to the company.
Yeah, yes, that's correct. So how do you want to move forward with this? CEO Mark Oh, it was when we don't know what to do, we hand over to CEO Mark. Can you have a solution on this?
Oh, if council was of a mind to do that, just flying straight off the seat of my pants, I don't know that you'd have the legal ability to force them, actually. It's a corporation. We could make a helpful suggestion that would be on the basis that the refund is given, but at the end of the day, I don't know that it would carry any legal weight.
Thank you, CEO Mark. Councillor Erkins. Oh, Councillor White, I think you had
No, I was just going to say, let's vote on it.
That's what I was going to say. Let's vote.
just vote on it as is with the three. Okay, so Councillor Sander.
Well, I was going to ask if we just lay it on the table until we find out if the other two funeral companies have passed the fee on.
So that's a procedural motion that we laid on the table. There can be no debate on a procedural motion. So if you're moving that,
Yeah, that we investigate with the other two funeral companies, because if they've already passed them on, there's no question here. We just got to refer back to the first funeral director.
so are you moving that we lay it on the table?
Yep.
So someone to second that, Councillor Potter, and put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? The motion is lost. So we continue with the current motion. So 3-4. Yep. So do you want any more discussion?
I move we put the motion to the vote.
So Councillor Erkins has moved that the motion be put. Someone to second that. Councillor Little, all those in favour? Against? That motion is lost 5-2. So now we're moving straight back to the discussion on this motion. So it was actually, it was 1. So we're going to actually put this motion. So we're ready to vote. So it's been moved by Councillor Potter, second by Councillor Deneen. All those in. So that what we're voting on now is that South Bennett Regional Council reimburse number 1 South Bennett Funerals and Crematorium Proprietary Limited Trading as Virgo Funerals for the amount of $2,800. Davin Penn Proprietary Limited Trading as Generation Funerals for the amount of $1,750, and Jason Kellett Funerals Proprietary Limited for the amount of $700. So that's what we're voting on. All those in favour? Against? The motion is lost 5-2. Do we need to? Yeah. The rest against. Okay, so we're moving on to the next item, which is item 11.2 on page 73. So the officer's recommendation, this one is to do with the State Emergency Services Support Grant. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council develop and apply for grant funding under the SES Support Grants 2025-26 round for the purchase of 2 vehicles to be used exclusively for carrying out SES activities. And number 2, if the grant application is successful, approve the required project budget of $150,000 for executing the project. Someone to move that, Councillor Potter. Someone to second that, Councillor Deneen. Discussion? Councillor Potter.
Yeah, I'd like to say, look, this is a great initiative, and to help the SES go about their daily duties, if this is in some small way of helping them, I know 2 vehicles probably aren't that small, but this is a great way to help our local SES who do so much within our communities.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Any other discussion? Ready to put it to the vote? All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is number 11.3, adoption of the South Bennett Regional Council Media Relations Policy, Strategic 001 on page 76. So the officer's recommendation is that the South Bennett Regional Council Media Relations Policy, Strategic 001 be adopted as presented. I'd like to move that. Someone to second that. Councillor Little. So the discussion around that, this one has been brought about by the bulk mail out that went out with that was councillors had to. We had CEO Mark write a letter to the like a statement to the media. I've had to manage a lot of Facebook posts and different ratepayers in the community because the letter went out about the plumbing devices that we believe should have come back to council for discussion prior to the letter going out. So into the future, we're making this policy that to include that bulk mail outs have to also go through the media policy, because currently, before the situation currently is that the bulk mail outs can be sent out from at officer level, but we want to change that to make it so that the CEO has to sign off on those through that media policy. So that's what the change is to this particular media policy. I just might read that clause that we've changed. It is at the bottom of that one, page 78. So it just says, it's not, oh yeah. Okay, item 3.3, media release preparation. All media releases, public notices and bulk mail-outs will be managed and distributed through executive services with content provided by the relevant branch if requested. So that then, because it's in here now, that all media goes through the Chief Executive Officer, and in most instances I also get to see if the Australian media releases, I get to sign off on them as well. So that's the change. So I just wanted to note that. So any other discussion? Everyone ready to vote? Put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So now CEO has suggested that we go to morning tea. So would someone like to move that? Councillor Erkins, seconded by Councillor Little. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So we'll adjourn for morning tea. And members of the gallery are invited to morning tea if you'd like to come and join us. We're ready to start again. So someone move that we commence the meeting. Councillor Little, seconded Councillor Height. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to item number 12.1 on page 81. That is to do with the fees for plumbing devices. The officer's recommendation is that South Bend Regional Council amend its 24-25 register of fees and charges to delete the lodgement fee for service reports for on-site sewage facility, grey water use and domestic dwelling yearly lodgement fee. I'd like to move that. Someone to second that, Councillor Little. So this one here has caused a lot of concern across our community, and so we're deleting the charges for the domestic dwellings. A lot of some councils do charge, but we don't. We've had discussions around this. We don't want to put a charge on because those domestic on-site treatment plants are already going through a process where they're paying the plumbers sometimes quarterly, 6 monthly or annually, because they have to be serviced on the regularly. So the last thing that we want to do then is add another cost from council. So that's why there was so much backlash when there was that a letter went out suggesting that we might be looking at that. So I'm very keen to make sure that the community knows that that is the way forward now with our council. We've chosen to not charge any domestic dwelling with their plumbing devices. So I want that to be clear. The only people who will be charged are the commercial operators, and those are the ones that have RPZ valves, such as grease traps and things like that. So it's only the commercial operators that we will be charging if this resolution goes through. So any other discussion? Councillor Little.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to say that even up until yesterday, I was still receiving calls about this charge and the letter that went out. It did cause a lot of distress within Division 2. We are quite rural, lots of 5-acre blocks and farms and that are already looking after their own waste. So, yeah, I'm really pleased that this motion has come to the table today.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Any other discussion? Councillor Sander.
The way that this reads in the officer's recommendation, it says that fees and charges to delete the lodgement fee for service reports on on-site sewage facility, grey water use and domestic dwelling yearly lodgement fee. But it doesn't relate to the backflow prevention device on a domestic dwelling.
So the two that we're deleting are the domestic dwelling yearly lodgement fee, and then the other one, which is the lodgement fee for service reports for on-site sewage facility grey water use. So the $30 and the $60 ones. Is that's?
But see, a backflow prevention device is different than the.
So do we need to change the wording? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes.
You're just trying to, which fee you're talking about? The two residential fees were the ones that were asked to be taken out. So if there's no fee in the system, council can't charge a fee for something that it doesn't have an adopted fee for.
So I think that Councillor Sanders is just concerned about the wording. So because
So
we've got
the effect of the resolution, Mayor, will be to remove the top line domestic yearly lodgement form and the bottom line lodgement fee for service reports. So both of those will be removed through the resolution.
Yeah, so
Just not sure
It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that in there, in that officer's recommendation.
yes, it does. It says
delete them.
yep. To delete the lodgement fee for service reports for on-site sewage facility grey water use and domestic dwelling yearly lodgement fee, which is the one on the back.
But a backflow prevention device is different than an on-site sewage facility.
We don't have a fee for what you're talking about.
That first one, the domestic one, is in the backflow prevention device section.
So that's the one we're removing.
The $30
But it
one.
doesn't say that in the recommendation.
Okay, you've just lost me, councillor. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think
So
it does.
the conversation was about these fees, and the council wanted to remove those, so they'll be removed out of the fees and charges. Happy
Yeah,
to.
it doesn't say that in there though. It's saying that it's for the on-site sewage facility and grey water use in domestic dwelling, but that program that you can see there, that table, is for backflow prevention devices.
So if we put to delete the domestic dwelling yearly lodgement Form 9 as required under plumbing legislation and or standards, and lodgement fee for service reports for on-site sewage facility grey water use, would that cover it? If we just absolutely just spelled it out in each.
You can, but that's the effect of the resolution, is to remove those two fees.
Yes, but Councillor Sanders is concerned about the wording. So if we just put the wording that is associated with those two fees, that would then cover off.
You can.
Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, it doesn't relate. In the officer's recommendation, it doesn't relate to the backflow prevention devices.
So we want to add. Okay, I'm comfortable with that. So that we delete the domestic dwelling yearly lodgement Form 9 as required under plumbing legislation and or standards. Like just put that wording, and then that we also delete the lodgement fee for service reports for on-site sewage facility grey water use. That would cover it. Yeah. So if we just put that exact wording that is in those two beside those two charges.
It's if it makes the councillor uncomfortable, but it says exactly the same thing now. But
Well-
anyway, yeah, no, we can. I mean, it has no material impact on the resolution. But if council's more comfortable to add that full wording in,
Well, if we
add
have the
full wording in, yeah,
we'll just add the
that's
full
easy.
wording.
See the wording up the top there, it doesn't relate to your backflow prevention devices. They're two different things.
I think what Heath is saying is that first fee is under the heading plumbing fees, backflow prevention devices. So it's like it's in the wrong spot.
So if we so that way.
And that's a mayor. If you want to add the extra wording in for clarification, that's
Yeah.
that's no.
covers
Yep.
that
yeah, sure.
way everyone's on the same
Yep.
page.
The
So any other discussion? Councillor Deneen.
I just wanted to let everybody know, thank you to not only Mayor Duff, but our senior staff at the time. This has caused a great deal of distress, and everybody got together very quickly, got out media reports, did social media, and like Councillor Linda, I'm still getting, as of only 2 days ago, still getting people ringing about this. But and it's an opportunity to make our processes clearer. We updated our media policy, which I believe is a good thing, and I think that it was a lot of pain, but there'll be a tiny bit of gain from it as well.
Yes, we did learn some lessons and changed some of our policies around this. So, Councillor Sander.
That's right.
So we're just waiting for the wording, and then we'll be able to move on this. But yes, just I've had people just on Facebook. I've had people walking up to me at different functions, just really upset about what the possibility that council would be charging. So wanting to get this message out loud and clear that we certainly are not planning to charge any domestic dwellings for on-site treatment plants or backflow devices. It's all about the commercial. We're just going to be charging commercial because they have the RPZ valves that are the ones that we really have to look closely at, because they have the potential to cause serious issues in the CBDs. So also want to get the message out there that council will be talking to the plumbers. Our council staff will be talking to the plumbers to make sure that those domestic on-site sewage treatment plant service reports are captured. So council has an obligation to have a register of all of those. So we have the commercial register, but we also have a register of the ones that have got the on-site sewage treatment plants. So we have to update that register and continue to have that register in our records, because it is legislation to keep a record of all of those. So we will be contacting the plumbers to make sure that they are sending through those service documents. So we have the resolution now that South Burnett Regional Council amend its 2024-25 Register of Fees and Charges to delete the domestic dwelling yearly lodgement fee for service reports for on-site sewage facility, grey water use and plumbing fees, backflow prevention devices, domestic dwelling yearly lodgement Form 9 fee as required under plumbing legislation and or standard fees. So that's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Little. Are you happy with the wording?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Everybody ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 12.2 on page 83. So this one is to do with the AvData truck wash fee. The officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council amend its 24-25 Register of Fees and Charges. 1, to include a new fee for the sale of AvData keys for users of the Coolabunga truck wash at $41, including of GST per key. So someone to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Little. So this one here is, I know that the truck companies are very keen and very happy with what council has done with using that AvData key. It makes it a lot easier than having to have a pocket full of coins for the truck drivers, because they can have a key and that then goes through to a database where they send out the invoices. So that fee is, I've been told that it's consistent with other truck washers. So I think that I'm comfortable that we support this recommendation. Is there any other discussion? Councillor Height.
So just, you buy a key for $40 and then every time you use the truck wash, how much is the truck wash? And that gets billed to you?
Yes, it's just that you put the key in and then it clicks over, and for the length of time, I think I might get Kerry. I was there when we did the demonstration. I'm just not sure of the detail of that.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. I'm not exactly sure, sorry, on the exact amount.
This is unusual. Usually Kerry knows every figure, but I will forgive you.
Not this one, sorry.
Not this one. But I've got the gist of it. Yeah.
It's basically an amount per minute, or it's time-based, so it's similar to like a normal car wash.
Yeah, I see. No, that's fine.
Yes, and they were really excited about it because they usually have to have a pocket of coins. So it's much more professional to do it this way. So we're ready to vote?
Must be cheap in the car wash. Got a pocket of notes.
Okay, ready to vote? All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 12.3, proposed tender for sale of 100 Edward Street, Wandai, on page 84. The officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council approve for sale by tender 100 Edward Street, Wandai, lot 46, SP 345914, by 1, entering into negotiations with the highest tenderer, and if the current market value of the property is reached, enter a contract of sale for the property, or 2, if negotiations with the highest tenderer does not result in the sale of the property at current market value, list the property for sale on the open market, and number 3, delegate powers to the Chief Executive Officer under Section 257 of the Local Government Act 2007 to complete contracts of sale. Someone to move that? Councillor Height, second, and Councillor Potter. Discussion? Councillor Erkins.
I'd just like some clarification where it says revenue, this is down the financial and resource implications, revenue from the sale of council-owned land will be allocated to future land development programs. What does that mean?
Through you, Madam Mayor, councillors, what we're just suggesting is the money would be allocated into the land restricted cash program. The money will be left there, and as future land development projects come about that councillor wants to progress, then you would discuss that and take that money from there.
But what I need to know, what does future land development programs, what type of thing is that?
So if council wants to purchase land, you would be able to do that through there. Through some of the other investigations that you have us doing through the land investigation project. So if there was a number of parcels of land that council wanted to look at developing, so putting in roads, sewage, water, curb and channel, that's where you would consider funding from the actual revenue of the sale of the allotments, so that money that we've been putting away in the land restricted cash, that's where you would access those funds to do that.
So how much is in the land, the restricted land?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So currently in the land development section, we have just under 290,000.
The reason I'm asking is because I remember that block of land that was sold, I think it was Hivesville, and there was, you know, quite a lot of debate on whether that money was going to be spent in Hivesville. It had nothing to do with future land development programs. It was just whether that money, because the land was in Hivesville, would that money go into something in Hivesville? And I remember that I was pretty much against that because I knew that in Kingaroy you had much more expensive land to sell than what you had in the other towns. So, you know, I didn't think that it was going to future land development programs. I thought it was going to be used for, as a needs basis, as to what we thought, not necessarily a lands development program.
So it is used as on a needs basis, but it's more for the property market. Like I think we used that money when we bought the old Trendsetter building. It's for anything like that. If council wants to, or the Artie Kerr Centre, for example, that's where it comes from. Okay. And I think, but I do think that Councillor Erkins makes a good point, because I think with the closure of the Rural Hall, we talked about that. Money that came Tingura, Tingura, that we talked about that money going back to their community.
Yeah.
So I think we need to probably be clear about that, and it's in our policy, but I think it's not.
That was. I just really wanted clarification on what that was. Thank you.
Yeah. So, but probably CEO Mark, we could probably relook at that policy on that, because I'm not sure how we could make that commitment to the Tingura people on the back of the fact that it just goes into a pool, whereas we sort of indicated to them that any money that we made from that would go back into their own community. So I guess we need to be clear on that. Councillor Hoyt?
No, I was just going to add that I think it's a good thing what our staff are doing is going around and finding these blocks which councillors had to be maintaining, paying the rates for, and actually looking and considering whether we can sell them. There is a lot of pressure on rates, and if we can sell some of these blocks of land that we don't want, that alleviates the pressure on the rates to some extent. So I think it's a good thing that we consider these different blocks and consider them on an individual basis before making a decision. But so, yeah, I'm in favour.
Yeah, I 100% agree. It's a way forward, because before we were just sitting on those blocks. No one could understand why, and now we are moving forward with it. So thank you to the lands officer who's in charge of putting these forward to council. So I'm supportive as well. Any other discussion? Ready to vote? All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 12.4, the monthly financial information on page 91. So I'll hand over to GM Kerry to give an update.
Thank Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, Council's cash and cash equivalents at the end of October amounted to 71.05 million, with around 33 million of this balance classed as restricted cash. When looking at the capital program, departments have spent approximately 15.5% of the amended budget, or up to 26% when taking into account current commitments. At the end of October, outstanding rates payable are sitting at 7.04%, which is only just above Council's target of 7%. And approximately 35% of those properties with rates outstanding are currently on payment plans. Overall, Council's income statement is tracking relatively well compared to amended budget, and with Christmas fast approaching, the finance team are liaising with departments to begin working on the second quarter budget forecast, which will be presented to Council in January or February. I now present the October monthly financials to the Chamber for information. Thank you.
Thank you, Kerry. Any questions, discussion, comments? Everyone happy? So the recommendation is that the monthly financial report, including capital works and works for Queensland W4Q5, as at the 31st of October 2024, be received and noted. Someone to move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Potter. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Item 12.5 on page 139 is list of correspondence pending completion of assessment report. So the officer's recommendation is that the list of correspondence pending completion of assessment report as of the 31st of October 2024 be received and noted. Someone to move that? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Height. Any questions? Everybody's all over it. Councillor Height.
I was just going to say there's a lot happening, which is great. It shows that our region's going ahead and there's things happening. So I commend the planning department. They've got a lot on their plates, and whenever we ask them, they seem to always have it in their heads as to what's happening on each of those developments. So, no, it's good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sander.
On page 141 in Division 5, the material change of use for the expansion of the piggery on Morgans Road, Windra. Just for the record, can we just please have an update on that, where that's situated, please, for the people online?
Thank you. I'll hand over to, we've got Manager Leo in the chamber.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor, through the Chair, Councillor Sander. We've made contact, I think, as a result of the inquiries, previous inquiries, but we're just waiting for a further response from the applicant. So I'm unable to provide any further update on that at the particular point in time. Once we know, we'll send something through to the councillors.
Councillor Sander, are you happy with that response?
Yes, Mayor. Thanks, Leo. I just had a few phone calls in regards to this, and I just wanted to try and get an update on it. That's all.
Thank you. Councillor Erkins.
Through you, Madam Mayor. There was a material change of use childcare centre at 104 Brisbane Street, Nanango. I think I asked David. I don't know if I got an answer.
So, through the Chair, Councillor, so was that you were just after some further details?
Yeah.
So, the childcare centre is wishing to add 20 additional children to the services that they're offering for the 3 to 5 year age bracket. So
wow, that's very good news.
Thank you. Councillor Deneen.
Could I just thank our planning department for all their work and for putting it into our divisions, because it did make it much easier for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? If not, I'll put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to Delegated Authority Reports, item 12.6 on page 143. The officer's recommendation is that the Delegated Authority Report for the month of October 2024 be received and noted. Someone to move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any discussion on the Delegated Authority Reports? Everyone happy? I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is item 13.1 on page 145. Thank you, Manager Leo. Kingaroy Memorial Park construction of footpath. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council 1 install a footpath link with lighting and CCTV from the youth precinct to the Memorial Park footbridge to improve inclusive access. And number 2, the project be funded within the current budget allocation for Kingaroy Memorial Park Youth Precinct. Someone to move that, Councillor Potter. Someone to second that, Councillor Erkins. Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, this is great, and I must commend the team for doing a savings on the Memorial Park so far. It's wonderful, and to be able to have this footpath, I spoke to a lady that works with a lot of wheelchair clients, and speaking to her this morning, she said that they're all looking forward to being able to use that footpath. It'll make it a lot easier if they're in the basketball area and they need to use the toilets and vice versa. And I think that all in all, this makes us a more inclusive, all-inclusive area for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Erkins.
I just wonder if I can ask, when are we looking at doing the soft opening?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the soft opening is proposed for December the 14th, the start of the school holidays, sort of like a fun day to
I just
open
wonder
it.
whether it would be possible, I may be out of line asking here, do you think it would be possible to run a bus from Blackbutt through and from maybe Mergen through for kids to, bring kids from the other towns into it?
Yes, it's a great idea. We probably just need to have a look at the cost and the funding of it. But certainly for the school holidays, it's a wonderful idea. We're happy to discuss that further and see where we've got funding to make that sort of activity happen.
We just saved $5,000 on the cemeteries. Maybe it can be sponsored by the directors.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde.
Yes, so going back to the footpath. So I'm not totally supportive of this, I have to say. Originally, there was a grant put in, and the grant was approved for $250,000, and then council contributed $200,000, and then it went over, and another $200,000 was allocated, and then earlier this year, it needed another $200,000. So it's actually ended up at $850,000 when the original grant was only $250,000. So it's good that this additional allocation wasn't fully spent and that there is $50,000 not spent, and well done to the team on that. However, I do feel that we've got to look at our priorities, and we have talked about back to basics. In recent times, we've spent 200 and something thousand on Memorial Park. Lions Park in Kingaroy was completely redone. I don't know how much that was. I should think at least $500,000 on that one. And then 800,000 on this one. We talked earlier in this term about an audit of all the playground equipment and repairing them. And just as an example, in Wondai and Coronation Park, we've got snakes and ladders on the ground. The paint is so faded you can't actually play. And that would be a $50 can of paint would fix that. We've got these musical tubes, sounds a bit like tubular bells. There was originally a donger that you could go ding, ding, ding. The whackers got lost. We haven't replaced those. So I guess I'm a bit frustrated that we're talking about back to basics, yet we want to put in a lovely footpath. And of course the footpath would be lovely, but there is actually another footpath, and in the report, you showed us the picture of the footpath going over the bridge. There's big holes in that footpath. Why aren't we repairing that footpath? Why aren't we repainting Wondai's Coronation Park? Snakes and ladders, replacing these hitters that make tubular bells. I mean, I could honestly go to Bunnings and I could replace them for $10 because all you'd need is a little chain and then something so you can hit the bells. So we want to be back to basics, and yet we want to spend more money. I would like this $50,000 put towards maintaining not just Wondai's, but all of the playgrounds. That money put towards the coat of paint, the tidying them up, and actually do what walk what we're talking, which is about back to basics. So much as I'd love this footpath, I think we need to go back to basics and repair, and I'm sure the other playgrounds across the region could do with a coat of paint and a tidy up. And if we're going to do back to basics, that's what we have to do. Repair what we've got, replace those, repaint things, not put in lovely. We've already spent 800,000 on that part, plus 250, plus £500,000, all of those in Kingaroy. We can't talk about back to basics and then keep putting new things in.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Hyde. Councillor, who was next?
I think they will be.
Councillor Sander.
I agree with Councillor Hyatt, and further on today we're going to be asking to try and find $50,000 to open the Proston pool for the kids at Proston over the school holidays. And then we're all going to be trying to find $50,000 from somewhere to try and open this pool. I believe that, you know, to support this and to try and spend that $50,000 for a footpath, I believe that it's more beneficial to try and open a pool and the well-being of the Proston people. So I just want to, you know, I'm trying to weigh up that expense of spending $50,000 that we've saved, which the team's done a great job of saving that money. But in an hour's time, we're going to be trying to find $50,000 to open a whole swimming pool for the kids at Proston for the school holidays. So I just want to weigh that up, and I just want to ear tag that for the rest of the councillors that shortly we're going to be trying to find another $50,000 for something else.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. Councillor, who was first? Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'd just like to cast our minds back to last term when we actually took $250,000 from the Memorial Park Fund to actually do Tipperary Flats in Nanango, and we all voted for that, and Tipperary Flats looks amazing. They've done an amazing job, and, you know, with what Councillor Erkins has tried to do with the fire pit and everything like that, Tipperary Flats looks pretty incredible. This is something that the staff have really worked hard for, to try and do savings, and I truly believe that this is not only the footpath, it's also the lighting and also a CCTV camera, which is really important considering the amount of damage and vandalism we had. So it's not just a footpath. And with regards to Proston Pool, that money is already in the budget for Proston Pool. We put it in there during the budget process. So, yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor.
So I just wanted to just clarify that. Is that money, Manager Leanne, was that money put in the budget? Because I don't believe it was.
Yes, Madam Mayor, it is in the operational budget
to
for Proston Pool.
The full amount?
$50,000 is in the budget for Proston Pool.
Thank you. Councillor Erkins?
Yep, I believe, and I think I've spoken about this a number of times, rather than duplicating things across the region and putting a set of swings at every little place in town, I think we need to have something that people on a weekend put their kids in the car and take them to it, something different in each place. And I know that, as Councillor Potter reminded us, $250,000 did come from the Memorial Park to go to the Tipperary Flat, which was really good. And it's done a great thing there. You know, the fire pit's there, and it would be great to see people bringing their kids over and doing marshmallow toasting or whatever. And I know that in Wandai they've got the water feature at the pool, and I believe that we've already spent a great deal of money at Memorial Park, and it would be a shame not to actually finish it off. And I do believe that they have had talk of wheelchair basketball going there, so that path will, that would be a probably much needed thing to get kids over there. But not only kids to go over there, grandparents sometimes like to go with their kids to parks and watch their kids on the park. So I think it would be a great addition to it. And I believe that, as I said, we should have something in each town that we can be proud of and that people will come from the other towns to use. And that's why I'm very supportive of finishing this section off.
Councillor Little.
Thank you, Mayor. I just would like to know, is this project shovel ready? And if not, how long will it take before the path is installed? And would it be ready for the hard opening?
Thank you for your question, councillor. The project, in terms of just the footpath, yes, we have got it designed and it is ready to go. After this decision today, then we will go out for quotation and select a supplier. So we are aware that it is Christmas and it is busy time. A lot of builders and concreters are booked in, so I can't confirm that it will be done before the actual official opening that we're proposing in February. So at this stage, we will wait on the decision and then go to quotation. Yes, it would be fantastic to have it open for the official opening, as we have got the basketball wheelies coming to the official opening to showcase wheelchair basketball in South Burnett, as they do have a team and they train regularly at the PCYC in Mergen, and they are keen to come to our new courts. So we'll do our utmost to have it ready for the official opening, but can't guarantee it at this point until we talk to suppliers.
So just a supplementary question. Is it possible to put into the tender process a time frame that we would like them to work to?
Most definitely, councillor, we would do that.
Thank you.
So just a question I'd like to ask is, if the footpath didn't go ahead, are they able to access, are the wheelchair access, wheelchairs, disability people in the wheelchairs able to access that particular precinct without the current, this footpath?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, there is an appropriate curb and channel crossing to go to a parked car. So if someone was to park at the facility and come from a car into the basketball obstacle course, yes, they will be able to access the facility, and then they can choose to go back to their car and transport around the park, or they could try to navigate the existing infrastructure that we have there with the road and the existing footpath.
So are they able to, from that precinct, like where they're doing the wheelchair basketball, for example, then able to access our wheelchair-friendly toilets, or is that an issue?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, we believe it is an issue. The existing path is bitumen to cross over and link up with the bridge and then over to the footpath. At the moment, yes, it is extremely rough and non-compliant. So, yeah, our advice was to actually keep the park users within the park and navigate through the park on a footpath. We also believe that there is going to be a fair bit of traffic coming through the internal park as people walk through past the rotunda, down past the swimming pool, past the rotunda and across the bridge. Kids will be navigating across the actual grass anyway. So we are conscious that we could actually end up with a worn track, foot traffic track across the grassed area. So that's why we also felt that the footpath was important to install, because we're going to see that foot traffic occur across the middle of the park anyway.
So just a supplementary question. So then, if, as Councillor Hyde has suggested, that footpath is currently not in a good shape, would we not be better to spend that money making that footpath better rather than building another footpath? I guess that's the question.
Yeah.
Through you, Madam Mayor, so just with that one, I'll just probably draw Council's attention to page 149, which has a picture of the footpath, the existing one. So, to be honest, through there, if we were using it as a designated footpath, we'd probably look to concrete through there. Bitumen seal is not ideal for a particularly for wheelchair access through that area there. Also, it's quite difficult for us to reseal through there because you've got existing guardrails, so we would have to look at either trying to get a paver on in there, and quite a manual bit of work. So it's just the only thing to be aware, if we were to use the existing path, we would actually be looking to construct a concrete one through there. Ultimately, I think was probably what we would have to end up doing. So either that or a hot mix one through there, which would, I'm not sure from a costing point of view what the comparison would be, but that would just be the only consideration, if that persists.
So, yeah, Councillor Height.
It comes back to my point. You know, like I know that area reasonably well, and I agree it probably should be concreted. It's probably 10 metres. And, you know, comes back to what I say, why build a new footpath when there's a perfectly good footpath that just should be repaired anyway? So, yeah, let's repair what we've got, get back to basics, not put in new things. We'd like new things, we can't afford them.
Councillor, who was next? Councillor Deneen?
A couple of points. How much of this quote is footpath? How much is CCTV cameras? And how much is lighting? And then, aside to that, if this motion gets passed and that footpath is to be constructed with the extra things, is there any plans in the next year or two to upgrade that footpath? Because there will still be people using it over the bridge. I use that myself quite frequently. It is very rough. It's had quite a lot of problems there. So is that in the forward plans? And also, heading from where the current path is along Haley Street, heading west, are there plans for that extension along there? Because I believe when we look at changing the parking in front of the basketball court, that there could be a disability park up a little bit further. So that might be a really good idea to look at that as soon as we can afford it.
Extending west.
Extending west, yeah. Oh, thanks, Jane, for pointing that out.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll let Leanne answer in relation to the budget. We'd have to take it on notice, any forward plan. We'd have to check if there's any forward program for that footpath. I'm not aware offhand that there is, but we'd have to go back and check, Councillor.
Councillor.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, there's the costings have been outlined in the report. So the footpath itself is only $13,365. What we were intending to do is obviously put some lights across there that would go on at the same time that the rest of the facility is lit up, and then a CCTV camera. As we have and we continue to receive a fair bit of vandalism in Memorial Park and around the actual rotunda and the Go-Getter Girls, and it's about trying to get CCTV coverage over the entire park eventually, but we're trying to pick up those hotspots through the park. So we've included all those costs because when you run the footpath, you would run the conduit for electricity and the CCTV at that time. So it's important to consider that at the same time you're considering concrete.
Councillor.
So great. That means that perhaps the concrete footpath heading west along Haley Street mightn't be too far away because it won't be all that much. Thank you.
Councillor, who's next? Councillor Potter?
Yeah, so with regards to the wheelchairs using that particular footpath over the bridge, we will come across a few issues if we want that to be wheelchair compliant. For the pure reason is you've got that open space there at the side of the bridge, so that would mean the whole new, looking at the different, the different type of handling just to stop the wheelchairs from going out onto the road. But I'm also aware, that's not going to be suitable. Seriously, that won't be suitable to be wheelchair compliant. That will not be suitable at all. That will all need upgrading. And also with regards to that particular area, I believe, because I checked with James yesterday about wheelchair parking near the basketball court at Memorial Park with relation to what we're looking at, different styles of parking there. And the angle of that was actually the gradient was too much to actually have a compliant disability park, if I remember correctly. So because I did ask about having a disability parking where that little ramp was, and I've been told that it's actually, it just wouldn't be compliant because of the angle and the gradient. So that's why we need it through the park.
So So council. So I had Manager Leanne say that yes, they could park there, and yes, they could access that, and access there through with the correct disability park, that they could actually access the basketball court from that side. So is that not correct, or?
We have put in a ramp there when we did the footpath, like a little gully up, so people with prams and stuff like that can get there, the prams and things like that, and you can get a wheelchair up there. But I was informed yesterday by infrastructure that the angle is too great for disability and actual proper disability access. So
I'm just wondering on the back of that whether we should actually just lay this on the table and all go and have a look and have a real discussion about this, because I mean, Manager Leanne's believed it was compliant, and now Councillor Potter's saying it's not compliant. So I'm just thinking, I wonder whether we should actually have a look and make an informed decision rather than just.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, I don't mean to chip in, but what I'm saying is if we were to actually make it an actual wheelchair, the wheelchair can get up there, certain wheelchairs can, there'll probably be some that can't, but with all the new fandangled low-set wheelchairs that they've got out there now, so that's something we have to be very mindful of as well. But the angle of, we can't make an actual proper to code disability parking and access.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Sander.
I just noticed in here that there's no price in here for design. Can we find out what it costs to design that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the design for the footpath.
Yeah. You said it was designed.
So the design is already, we've already, when we were developing this project, and the architect was Green Edge, and Green Edge was appointed, they assisted with the design of the entire project, and part of this project when we designed this was to have the footpath coming from the back of the basketball court through to the bridge, and you can see on the drawing there on the page 147, you can see the actual drawing. The difference is with this drawing, you can see that we've made a modification there to what the original design was. We believe if we take the actual footpath up a little bit on that western through footpath, we believe that the kids and people, I should say, all people that will come off the footbridge will cut across and not actually walk up a further 10 metres and then turn right and enter the footpath to go to the basketball court. Our concern is that what people will do is come off the footbridge and then just cut across the grass. So that's why we've made that modification. But the designs are part of the actual concept plan, and the design plans for that entire site have already been completed.
So why are we here today? Why are we at this point today if that was already designed and the money's there in the budget? Why are we making a decision?
No.
Because this is a deviation from what was voted on, which was just the wheelchair, just the basketball court and that whole precinct. That was what we actually allocated the money for, and now there's been a saving, so that's why it's come back to council.
No, Manager Leanne's saying that if this design was always there, all they've done is deviated a little bit on the plan. Why has that got to come back to council?
So because I think that the whole Memorial Park has been designed, and there's a concept plan that's cost
Millions.
a lot of money. So then whether or not we can afford to continue to do what was originally designed is the question. And so we're rolling that out. I think, is that correct? Was most of it designed as part of that whole concept plan?
Yeah, so through you, Madam Mayor, so I can answer the councillor's question. So council provided a budget with what I believe was an approved scope. Now there's been savings in the project. The team is set to do additional works inside the project and our reference was to bring it to council for the decision whether you wanted to undertake the additional works.
But is it the question was more about the design? So is a lot of this concept plan, has it mostly been designed as part of that whole original budget, or because you said that this was already designed? So the question was why did it come back to council? Because I'm thinking that the whole of the Memorial Park has been designed, but we just, as we find funds, we do it. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, as General Manager just mentioned, it's a revised scope. So the original scope that we put in the grant application was for the obstacle course and the basketball courts, and some of the trees, the beautification of that area. We didn't put in the actual footpath linkage from the basketball court to the footbridge. So that's why we've brought it back. It's just a revised scope because we have got those savings. But the designs were all done because it's an important link for the project.
Councillor Sander?
So that would have had to be redesigned for the alteration then?
It's just an amendment. We've just an amendment of the alignment. We haven't had it redesigned as such.
And the bridge, so if someone in a wheelchair was going near the bridge, have we got to do extra work near the bridge so they don't end up in the creek?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, when we did the works to the bridge, so under our flood recovery, we had major damage to the Memorial Bridge. So we were prepared a funding application last year, and those works have all been completed, and all the changes to the bridge are now compliant for that bridge. So there won't be any modifications to the bridge.
Thank you. Councillor Erkins?
We're here debating this backwards and forwards, but the bottom line is the lights are $23,480 and the CCTV cameras are $11,000. The concrete path is only $13,000 when you compare it like that. And we all know the damage that has been done, the damage that is done every single weekend across our region. So why would the lights and the cameras not be an urgency to get in? What was it, $250,000 worth of damage has been done down there? At least if it's lit, people driving past can see if there's trouble going on. So the path that we're going backwards and forwards about is only $13,365. And as I said to Councillor Potter this morning, what we need to do is hop in a wheelchair and let someone push you around and see how restricted you are on things. My mother was in a wheelchair and I understand so many times you went places and you couldn't go because, no, that was too rough, or the times I did decide to take her and it was too rough and tipped her onto the floor. But, you know, I just think in this day and age that we should surely be all well aware of an ageing population, children that have disabilities, and for $13,365, that, you know, we're debating and checking this and checking that, but that's a very small portion of the 51,000, which is for lights and CCTV cameras. So I just think if we're going to do it, why would we not do it, finish the job and have it accessible to everyone, have it well lit, so we're not hopefully getting any more damage, or at least if we're getting the damage, we can see who does it.
So, thank you, Councillor Erkins. This debate is about back to basics. It's about whether we want to spend more money on something as new, and it's also about wheelchair compliance. So we've just found out through this process that the wheelchair people can't even get onto the basketball court. So perhaps we might be better to spend that money actually making that compliant, as opposed.
This will.
No, it won't. This is not the pathway. Councillor Leanne, General Manager Leanne said that Councillor Potter actually said that you can't actually that wheelchair bay is not compliant. So it would be better to spend the money on that so they could actually pull up there and actually use the wheelchair basketball court. So that's the debate.
Doesn't this get them to the basketball court?
Yep.
No.
This takes them the short way to the basketball court. They can get to the basketball court now if they go the long way round.
No. What Manager Leanne has, what's been just developed through this discussion is that you can't pull up outside where the basketball courts are, and actually that wheelchair access there is not compliant. So that's potentially what we should be spending the money on rather than the footpath. That's what I'm just saying. Councillor Height.
So 2 points with what Councillor Erkin said in terms of the lighting. I agree that, we have got an issue with vandalism, cameras and lights. This isn't lighting up the court. This isn't lighting up Memorial Park. This is lighting up the pathway, which is the middle of the grass, so it doesn't do that. And going back to the Mayor's comment about the parking bay, there is disability parking the other end of Memorial Park, so they will come along and go over the bridge anyway if they need that parking. So I think the priority should be repairing that footpath, which is so damaged, and getting back to basics. That's my thoughts. Thank you.
Councillor, I think it was Councillor Potter has her light on.
Yep, thank you. So we discussed parking yesterday with Councillor Deneen and myself and James, and that was when we talked about the angle parking. I did not go into the parking with regards to the parallel parking that will be beside the angle parking. So I think we need, and I'm sure infrastructure will come back to us with more information with regards to the gradient on a parallel park as opposed to the angle parking, because it's a less of a gradient when you're going on a different, on a shortest period. So there might be something there that we can do, but I do believe that this is highly important for our community. And if we don't believe that we're I thought we were an all-inclusive council. We've done the KTP up so they've got access, smoother access across Glendon Street for anyone in a wheelchair. And, by not doing this, I believe we're showing the people who do have disabilities that we actually don't care about them as much. Truly believe that, because by not doing this footpath, to me, we're just throwing everything else that we've tried to prove we are within this council, with all the different car parks and everything like that we've done everywhere else in the different towns, in Mergen, in Nanango, in Kingaroy, in Wondai. To me, this shows that we're not living up to what we said we would be as a council, being all-inclusive.
So thank you, Councillor Potter. I'm more concerned about the fact that about the actual bay now, talking about being inclusive. I actually am going to put to the meeting that we leave this lay on the table and have a good look at it all and try and work out a way forward for disability people, and whether it's best just to have them, whether we better spend the money on the bay or whether we best to spend the money on the park, on the path that Councillor Height has suggested, or whether we indeed build a new path. So I'm just going to put it that we lay it on the table. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Height will put it to the vote. All those in favour? So it's been lost. 3 votes to 4. So the debate continues. Councillor Erkins.
If you're talking about the path that needs doing up, is that one in the picture? There is no way you could do that up as much as you liked. There is no way that would be safe to push a wheelchair down. It's got too much of an angle on it from the way I look at it. And as I said, you push someone in a wheelchair and see how difficult. You see a path and you think it's okay. You see a ramp, you think it's okay. But when you get there, it's not okay. And that does not look to me as if you would be pushing a wheelchair down that ramp. Also, if we were to wait until we go and have a look at it, we wouldn't be making a decision until our December meeting. So there's no way this would be ready for an opening.
I think what Leanne said, they're going to be struggling in any case.
Well,
so,
maybe they're going to be looking at it, but you won't need to be struggling if we don't put it to the meeting in December.
Well, then I think we need to make some good, I believe we need to make good decisions, informed decisions, and we don't even know whether the bay is suitable. Councillor Sander.
I take a little bit of offence to Councillor Potter's claim that we are not inclusive. We've just done up a park in Mergen, the QE2 park at the bottom. We have disability scooters have to ride out onto the highway to actually, because there's no pram ramp at the bottom of the islands. So they've actually got to ride out. There's a, over on the, down Krebs Street end on the northern side, there's a pram ramp that leads them straight out onto the highway, and then they've got nowhere to go. So, you know, if that's, you know, it's a decision that needs to be looked at carefully, and I think laying it on the table was the thing, so we could try and get more information in regards to the whole thing. Like, we try to be inclusive and make everything accessible, but we need more information on it.
Thank you. Councillor Potter.
Yep, so just looking at that picture there on page 149, you imagine you're a mother with a pram and some young kids. There is no way on this earth I would ever take that route with my kids, young kids, and a pram, because the kids can run straight out onto the road from there. If we had an internal path, then we wouldn't be, and they need to take their kids to the toilet from there, we wouldn't, I mean, that's the internal path would be great, but this is an accident waiting to happen, if that's the path that we expect, especially mothers in prams and things and young kids to take when they're going, you know, to go take their kids to the toilet as well. You know, not including wheelchair access, but when you're talking about young mothers with prams and things like that, or people in walkers, no way you'd get a walk around there and up there.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. That's why I wanted to thought we should all have a look at it before we make this decision. But anyway, we'll continue the debate. So any other speakers? Are we ready to vote? So it's been moved by Councillor Potter and seconded by Councillor Erkins. So are we ready to vote? So the motion is that South Bennett Regional Council install a footpath link with lighting and CCTV from the youth precinct to the Memorial Park footbridge to improve inclusive access, and 2, the project to be funded within the current budget allocation for Kingaroy Memorial Park Youth Precinct. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? That's 4. All those against? That's carried 4 votes to 3. Thank you. Okay, so we're moving on to item number 13.2 on page 150. The motion is that South Bennett Regional Council, this is to do with the Flying Fox Roost Management Plan, the South Bennett Regional Council 1, adopt the draft Flying Fox Roost Management Plan for Blackbutt, and Council seeks community feedback on the draft Flying Fox Roost Management Plan for Blackbutt through a community engagement week with displays set up at the Blackbutt Town Library, and 2, adopt the Statement of Management Intent Flying Fox Roost Management in South Bennett Regional Council area, and 3, Council prepare a submission to Department of Housing, Local Government Planning and Public Works for special consideration under the Flying Fox Roost Management Local Government Grant Program, FFRMLGGP, to seek funding to conduct localised invite-only grant scheme for residents directly impacted by the Flying Fox roosts in Blackbutt, and enable the purchasing of goods and services aimed at mitigating roost impact. And 4, Council contribute up to $31,500 and or 30% contribution to the project submission. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Little, second Councillor Deneen. Discussion? Councillor Little.
Thank you, Mayor. So obviously I'm commending this motion to the floor. The Flying Fox situation in Blackbutt has been very distressing for all the residents down there, and due to some unapproved or not quite correct land clearing, it's made it nearly impossible for around 21 families to enjoy any sort of life outside of their home. The smell, the sounds, the noise, they're not sleeping. Their washing is getting covered in bat poo, their drinking water, everything, their cars. It's just impacting their life in every aspect. So certainly I think this is a first step towards trying to alleviate some of the problems with the bats and helping the residents of Blackbutt learn how to live with the bats as a very important part of our ecological system.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that this is a really good plan, and I would like to back Councillor Little up with everything that she's trying to do with the bats and Blackbutt, and also thank Leanne and the team with regards to this as well. But we've got a long-term plan, but it's going to be like 10 years down the track, I believe. Is that correct? To try and move them gradually and slowly sort of to another area? But it is a long-term?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the Roost Management Plan does outline a number of actions, and yes, long-term activity of regenerating vegetation that is suitable for bats to roost in will take some time. So it's about trying to move those bats to a location where we've got actual current vegetation and regenerate some other vegetation for them that is suitable for a roost. So it will take a number of years. As you'd appreciate, some of the trees that the flying foxes are in Blackbutt are probably 60 years of age at the moment. So you cannot get a tree to that size overnight. So yes, they are long-term actions, and it will take some time to actually achieve that. But in the short term, there are also some short-term actions that council and the community can work on to try to reduce the impact of the flying foxes.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins.
Several things. One, I was a little disappointed in the report in the South Bennett Times that reported that council were doing things that we have had absolutely no discussion on at all. It was totally incorrect. So just if they are watching this, that they know that what they did report was not right. Another thing, when we went down there, and Mayor Duff and I went down and met Councillor Little down there, and as Councillor Little said, speaking to those people, they are just so distressed. And the thing is, they didn't buy their places with the problem there. The problem moved there to those people. And I know one lady had been away staying with a friend over the weekend because she just had to get away. She was just at her wit's end. They're frightened to let their dog go out in the yard. They're worried if they have grandchildren come, the grandchildren can't go out in the yard. The smell was, terrible. The noise was terrible, and apparently that noise is continuous. So I think it was a little bit like when we went down there and spoke to them, it was a little bit like we said about going up to Moffatdale when we went to look at the damage that had been done up there. As councillors, we really couldn't do anything except, offer our sympathies and our concern, which was really a little the same as Blackbutt. We went down there, we could see this terrible problem, we could see the issues that they're living with, but we really could not do anything about it. And we spoke about the different ways of, what you could do, but really we can't move the bats on unless we do that long-term program, which, hopefully that's what we're going to do. But the immediate problem of making life a little easier for the residents that are having to put up with it, this is something that we can do, and I fully support the motion. And, like to think if I was living in similar conditions that someone would offer me a hand to make life a little easier, and that's what this is. So I fully support it.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Any other comments? Yes, what's been said is absolutely spot on. They to go there and actually hear what they're dealing with and see what they're dealing with. Like I went into a gentleman's place where he's got a beautiful pergola area, and there was bat feces all over the top of it and in underneath. It was just, it certainly is problematic, and I wouldn't like to be in that situation. So absolutely, to see them firsthand it does make a huge difference to just, hearing it on the telephone, or to actually go there and see what they're dealing with. And so I 100% support the officer's recommendation and commend Manager Leanne for working out a way forward with this, because it is a challenge. Councillor Erkins, you've got your light on. Are you going?
Sorry.
Yep. Okay. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Mayor. I also would like to thank Manager Leanne. We've had a couple of meetings with people down in Blackbutt, and those that are very protective of the bats and those that are not so protective of the bats. I think this is a really good starting point for the Blackbutt residents, and so the sooner we can get this done, the sooner we can apply for some funding through the state government, and the sooner we can start assisting these people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Any other discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 13.3 on page 231. Proposal from Proston PNC for the management of Proston swimming pool. So the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate an agreement and financial contribution to the Proston PNC Association to open the swimming pool to the community after hours and on weekends up until the end of March 2025. Someone to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Little. So discussion. So I just have a question. So that proposal that they put forward, Manager Leanne, is that to the end of March, or was that proposal just through the school holidays?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the proposal that the PNC have put to Council is from Friday the 15th of November to Sunday the 15th of December. So for 1 month.
So that, that's my concern, is the funding, and I know that we were saying to delegate to the CEO to negotiate, but that actual proposal is 53,730. That was just to the end of the school holidays. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, the proposal that the PNC are requesting is for $15,200 until the 15th of December. What we've done in the report is to provide Council with a breakdown of how the PNC may have got to that figure, just looking at their hourly rate and their hours of operation. We've also done a comparison there of what is the hourly rate under the Fitness Industry Award. So what the hourly rate could be. There's a variation there, what's been suggested under the PNC proposal compared to that of what's in the award. So we were just bringing that to Council's attention here today. And also, if we were to look at breaking down the PNC's proposal, knowing that when we met out there with the Proston School and the Proston PNC, there was certainly an interest to run the pool right through the school holidays, and then if it all worked well, through to the end of March. So we've actually worked through that proposal on some of those hourly rates and just done a comparison and a breakdown there in the table of what that might look like. So happy to take questions on that to help provide clarity. But yes, their proposal was only for 1 month.
So then I know that there's does that include the actual training of the Proston people, to the volunteers, to actually be able to be lifeguards or
Yep, so councillors, on the table 3, you can see that there we have included a contribution for the training of 6 volunteers and also a contribution towards safety and first aid equipment on top of the proposal that the P&C have offered. So we're aware just through contacting local training providers that it would cost up to $7,380 for 6 volunteers to be trained on top of that proposal cost.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins.
Do you have the figures of how many kids use the pool over the school holidays?
No, sorry, Councillor, I didn't bring those figures with us today. We would have to take that on notice and provide that.
Yeah, I'd be interested in how many kids actually use it. Might be cheaper to go and pick them up and take them to one of the other pools.
Councillor, I'm not going to comment on that one. Councillor Height.
Yeah, I'm still a little confused that this is only for 3 weeks and they want the pool open Friday afternoon, all day Saturday, well, almost all day Saturday and all day Sunday. I think I would prefer that it was, for example, Friday night and just Saturday and then the same amount of money, because does that mean when we get to school holidays they want it 7 days a week? And I mean, I'm absolutely supportive of the pool being open. I'd love them to take it on. But we do have to be realistic to make sure that all the kids get access, but not necessarily every single day. I don't think it needs to be open Saturday and Sunday. It could be one of those days to give access. Because, or 2 half days. Well, it is 11:30 to 5:30. And the tricky bit is that it's sometimes best to have the kids swimming when it's not so hot to keep them out of the sun. So, yeah, I'm just supportive. I would prefer them to come back with an offer for the whole summer holiday, because I'm less keen on doing 3 weeks, which is actually term time, and then we come to the school holidays. I'd like them to give us a proposal to take it all the way through.
So I think that the problem with that is the timelines, because we're wanting to get that. We don't want to go to another council meeting to have it come back. So the idea was to get this one through with only delegated authority. So we haven't got a figure on that. That's just giving delegation to the CEO to negotiate, and whether he could continue to negotiate for the March, right through to March, which is the recommendation.
Sorry, so adding to that, then we could be up for 53,000 through to March, and the CEO will negotiate 54,000.
That was my understanding. Is that correct,
So that's what we're
Manager Leanne?
spending 54,000.
Well, it's to the CEO to delegate to the CEO to negotiate, but we've got that in the budget. That was our budget allocation.
Through Madam Mayor, yes, that's correct. You have an allocation of $50,000 in the operational budget to go towards Proston swimming pool opening for the community.
Councillor Potter, I think was, yep.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I think this is great, and according to the office, and if we're just going via the officer's recommendation, it's that the Proston P&C open the swimming pool to the community after hours and on weekends up until the end of March 2025, and then that's obviously delegated to CEO. And I think that this is a great opportunity for the Proston School P&C, and I think that if we can get them on board in running that pool, this is something that Proston need. The kids need it. I'm a firm believer in swimming lessons, so if we can get this over the board and help all the kids at Proston, because we all know during summer when it's hot, you want the pool on probably Saturday and Sunday, but I would really love to see this moving forward and going ahead. Thank
you. Councillor Little?
I'm just wondering, who's looking after the pool now?
The school. So at the moment, we council. So the school owns the pool,
yes.
and through the school hours, the school looks after it, and then it's been closed for the after hours, and so we've been talking to the P&C to try and get them to come forward to do the after hours and the holidays, because that's been a concern.
So how long has it been since Proston has had a pool open after hours and on weekends during the swimming season?
Through Madam Mayor, we had the pool open with a contractor last Christmas school holidays. So we had the Wandai pool manager provide services out there last summer holidays, but unfortunately that contractor wasn't able to continue through and continue to provide that after school hours of operation and on weekends for the rest of the term one. So to answer your question, it would have been school holidays last summer was when the pool closed to the community.
And so why or how is it that council now has to take on the responsibility of funding this?
We always did. It's the same as Blackbutt. We just do the after hours.
That also boggles my mind as well.
Because
why isn't the state government funding it?
Because they
It's their
won't.
pool.
They will only fund through the school period. It's actually a good news story because it's the first. They actually fund the whole maintenance of the pool and all of the capital upgrades in Blackbutt and Proston, whereas we own the pools in the other areas. So it's actually a benefit to us that the school does all that and that they actually own the pools. It's way better than the other towns. If every model was the same as Blackbutt and Proston, we wouldn't have the huge issues we've got at Kingaroy Pool and Merg and all those massive amounts of money. They pay it all. They pay the upgrades. They do all the capital upgrades. So all we have to fund is that after hours and the holidays.
It just seems an awful lot of money for a short period of time.
Well, welcome to local government and what we pay. Would you like to get the figures of what we pay for the other pool managers after hours and through the holidays?
That was the question I was going to ask. What did it cost us last year to have the Wandai pool management keep Proston open during those hours?
Councillor Deneen, do you have the answer for?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd have to take that on notice and have a look at those costs.
Do you believe it would be similar?
No, this would be greater because we're going through to the end of March, where that contractor only provided it until the end of the school holidays in January. So this amount would be more because we're going for a longer period. But in comparison on an hourly rate, I'd have to go and check.
Cool, thanks.
Councillor Height.
I'm supportive, this is great, but my concerns are the state school is paying for the ground maintenance and the pool cleaning and the chemicals. So when we get to the holidays, who's paying? The P&C are saying they'd staff it and clean the toilets, but they're not saying they're going to mow the grass. So during the summer holiday, who's mowing the grass? Who's looking after the facility? Who's providing the chemicals?
Manager Leanne.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the chemicals will be always provided by the Department of Education, just because it's during the summer. They will need to continue to maintain their pool anyway, so they will be doing that. The grounds work, they will come in on a certain number of times throughout the summer period just to do low maintenance. So if we felt that there was a period there where the mowing wasn't quite up to a standard that was satisfying our customers there, then it's a conversation. We may need to bring in the parks team once or twice just to do a quick run over the lawn. The cleaning though would be undertaken by the P&C and yeah, we would hope that they would wear those minimal costs for some cleaning products. The idea of this proposal is to separate council away from the running of this pool. We don't want to carry that liability. The liability for running of this pool for community purposes will be with the P&C. They take the insurance out for that, and they will be responsible for some of those costs. So, yeah, and when we met with the P&C, they were happy for those things to happen. That's what they're happy to contribute, but they do want to see some sort of payment come back in to cover the costs for their volunteers that are going to have to go down there. If they choose to volunteer more than those hours that's been allocated, that is part of their volunteering. But they did want to have like a base of funds for a certain amount of hours, and that's how we've tried to present it here.
Any other questions? You ready to put it to the vote? All those in favour? Against? Oh, okay. So carried unanimously. Thank you. The next item is aerator replacement Nanango wastewater treatment plant, item 13.4 on page 239. So this is a question on, is this a question on notice? No, this one is, I've got the wrong page. 237, sorry. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council undertake a second quarter budget amendment of $155,000 for the replacement of one of the dual Nanango aerators in the 24-25 capital works budget. So that's the recommendation. Someone to move that, Councillor Erkin. Someone to second that, Councillor Potter. Discussion? Yeah. Councillor Erkins?
I don't really think there's much to discuss. It's a needs basis and we need it.
So I wasn't here for the discussion yesterday because I had to go to a luncheon, but so could someone brief me on what this is about? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So the Nanango aerators are just beyond their useful life. They were built in 1982. There's 4 aerators in place and we're replacing 2 of them with one single aerator. And it's a lot more energy efficient, as you can see in the table, so there'll be some annual savings in running it. However, we do have the capital upgrade of the 155, and there's some electrical works included in that that's required to run the new aerator. So I think that's pretty much the gist of it.
Thank you. I'm happy. Any other questions? Councillor Little.
Here I am again, asking about timeframes and the downtime implications. So how long is this going to take for you to swap it over?
Yeah, that was one of the driving decisions, or sorry, that we sort of bit the bullet in to go for a new aerator. The bearings that are on the current aerator are quite specific to the environment that they work in. It's very corrosive, so they're called a pillow bearing. So basically, they're not. You can't find them at Aldi, so to speak. So they're about a 6-month lead time for those, and they're at a cost of around about 10 grand just for the bearing rekits. So the option we have is there's a couple of different products that we could put in. And they're available within about a 2 to 3 month window, and that's including Christmas.
Okay. So it'd be certainly much quicker to swap it all out than to keep trying to repair it.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So I just wanted to thank Manager Adam, just while you're in the chamber. I was thanked before about the air scouring. It was, from what I've all reports back, it's been a huge success, and I've been actually told that some locals are actually drinking the Kingaroy water, which is apparently amazing. They're actually drinking it. So yes, it's been a great success. I just wanted to thank you for that program.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate the feedback, and we'll pass it on to the team, definitely.
That sounds great. We'll move on now to the questions on notice, item 14.1, and that one is Councillor Heath Sander. He's asked the question to clarify the dollar land charge on page 96 of the monthly finance report presented to Council for the month of September 2024, and there's a response there. Councillor Sander, are you happy with that response?
Yes, Mayor.
So the recommendation is that the response to the question regarding capital income for land raised by Councillor Heath Sander be received and noted. Someone to move that, Councillor Sander. Someone to second that, Councillor Little. Any other questions around that? Councillor Sander.
Just moving forward, can we, on all future things like this, can they be dealt with on a case-by-case basis on who, I don't want to generalise it into a motion, but I just, moving forward, I just want to investigate like the land sales and everything on a case-by-case basis.
So I'll just, CEO Mark, did you want to respond to that?
Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, case by case is generally where these end up. It is the best way to do it. Councils over different terms and different years have different priorities and how they dispose of the assets. Predominantly, if I won't say all because some do get delegated, but predominantly they all come back to council for resolution. So they'll be as a report.
Councillor Sander, you happy with that response?
Yes, ma'am.
Councillor Height?
So I guess my suggestion would be that when any of these things come back, that we do actually have a market value, so we're making informed decisions. Because my understanding is that this land that was sold for $1, the council at the time wasn't given the market value. Would that be correct?
I don't.
Don't think so.
Yeah, I'm just thinking. So I don't.
But I mean, there's no point going backwards. What I'm saying
No. There was a vigorous amount of discussion over the handover in the previous term of this council. There was general speaking, I won't, without going back and checking the report, I think this one from recollection came off the floor from a councillor. So when a different land matter was being discussed. So that's one of the things that council, when it, and if I can actually add to it my little bit, when council is disposing of these sorts of assets, that when they give the direction, they're absolutely certain this is the direction they wish to give, because once that direction's given, the block's disposed of. And we've been quite good at disposing of the lots through whatever process we've been asked to. Generally, and it's a general comment, generally the market value or a valuation is obtained. So it's rare that it would be rare that we would sell something without a proper valuation. And I think from the circumstances, from my memory anyway, with this one is why a market valuation wasn't done at the time.
Thank you. Councillor Erkins?
But we didn't actually, the intent wasn't to sell the block for $1. The block was actually gifted for a particular purpose. The $1 was what has to be for it to make the contract, but it was gifted to them.
That's correct. Any other discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So we've got lunch ready now. So would someone like to move that we adjourn for lunch? Councillor Height, someone to second that. Councillor Potter, put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Would someone like to move that we resume the meeting? Councillor Height, seconded Councillor Little. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Someone move that we go into the confidential section. Do I need to read out now? So we're going to confidential on 16.1 waiver of water charges, 16.2 DRFA and DTIS rail trail reconstruction, 16.3 proposed delivery of approved betterment project package of work, 16.4 award of tender number SBRC 242552 South Burnett Circular Economy Precincts, 16.5 award of SBRC 242526 DRFA Reaper River Road and North Branch Road to undertake flood damage restoration works, 16.6 Kingaroy septage receival process, and 16.7 EBA update 1. So that's been moved by Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Potter, and put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So welcome back to the meeting. So I'd like someone to move that we move out of closed. Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Height. Put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So the first item is, do we need to move the procedural to we're just going to go with the EBA update on page 71. So the officer's recommendation is that the report will be received for information. I'll ask someone to move that. Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Little. Put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So we'll bring the other councillors back in. Okay, so the item that we're up to now is 16.1, waiver of water charges, assessment 30606 0000000 on page 4. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council agrees to provide a water usage concession of $3,736.58 on assessment 30606 0000000, calculated on the same basis as applications under the undetected water leaks policy due to the extenuating circumstances of the high water usage. Could someone move that, please? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? Put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The second item is item 16.2. And the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council award tender SBRC Q2425_06 to L&J Industries for the construction of 2 water course crossings located on the rail trail north of Mergen under the Community and Recreational Assets Recovery and Resilience Program by Queensland Reconstruction Authority and Department of Tourism, Innovation and Sport Program. Someone like to move that? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any discussion? Put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Oh, you're against it, sorry. I'll ask for the vote again. All those in favour? All those against? Carried. That's 6 votes to 1. And Councillor Sander is against. Right. Moving on to item 16.3, proposed delivery of approved betterment projects package of work on page 34. So the officer's recommendation is that L&J Industries Proprietary Limited be awarded contract SBRC Q2425_27 SBRC DRFA Betterment Package 1 for the value of $1,120,292.43, excluding GST. Someone to move that? Councillor Erkins, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried 6 votes to 1. Councillor Sander. The next item is item 16.4 on page 59. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council engages Fly Fuel Proprietary Limited, the trustee for the Bar Trading Trust, for the value of $494,740, excluding GST, for the delivery of tender number SBR CQ2425_52, and that council delegates to the Chief Executive Officer the power to negotiate and finalise the engagement contract. Someone to move that? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. The next item is item 16.5, award of SBRC. Well, I'll just read the officer's recommendation. That Cooper McCulloch Group Proprietary Limited be awarded the contract SBRCQ-2425_26 DRFA Reaper River Road and North Branch Road to the value of $584,193.96. Is it 98 cents excluding GST? Would someone like to move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried 6 votes to 1. The next item is item 16.6, Kingaroy Septage Receival Process on page 69. The officer's recommendation is that South Bank Regional Council write to Connolly State Waste Transport with the following key information. 1, a quota of 30 kilolitres a week of the maximum 40 kilolitre a week availability will not be provided. Number 2, request the customer provides copies of any past or future waste tracking certificates where waste was collected inside of SBRC and disposed of outside the region. And number 3, provide advice that Kingaroy will remain the only septage receival location available to receive regulated waste within the South Burnett. Someone to move that? Councillor Deneen, seconded by Councillor Little. Any discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. And that's it. Thank you. Thanks everybody. Thanks to the councillors, senior staff, officers, and to Helen doing an amazing job. Thank you. And to CEO Mark.